underneath the bridge from the caravan. Epic timing by Outside. I really like their use of ultimate there. Does the job. But still, all three teams do not want to fight first, but BBQ are going to force it.
BBQ, fighting squad, pushing the limit versus Vegas Inferno, but now they can't handle the heat. It's Outside the ring. Get in there to get the dub. A win for Outside. Map number 2 is theirs.
Big stuff there from Outside. I really loved how they, both teams were kind of looking. If we're saying it only gets tougher as the day goes on, the fact that Legends had a pretty mid-first series means that, well, it's only going to get harder for them to push through that. Remember, they, as you said, the win condition, taking down that pylon. If they get rid of that, all of a sudden, 6 Arc Stars and a Fuse ultimate to contend with.
Yeah, it's gonna be raining soon for Vegas Inferno if that drops. And the EVOS Predator doing a respectable effort. Just be responsible with the resources, but now the fights will fall so quickly. A 1-for-1 as EVOS Predator was ready for it. But Vegas Inferno, the damage has been done. Back off of 5th and covered by the knockdown. But Vegas Inferno, look who's now on top of things. The ones who climbed the mountain truly lays Vegas Inferno in first place.
Climb the mountain, climb the leaderboard, and have a nice little shuffle around with Grape, Fanta.
And with just 2 BBQ members trying to rat it out, and EVOS Predator trying to get the revives in. I think X and Y have just about wrapped this one up, Dax.
A mixture of aggression and decision-making. That's what X and Y is known for. One more squad in front of them. They've gone back to the Fuse. They brought it out before, and now they're gonna go back into winning ways.
Not enough to take out Vegas Inferno off the top, but that's only 1 point difference, Gino. EVOS Predator really bringing in the heat.
Really good nets, chill.
I think
Just chill.
I net on the left. I net left side.
Yeah. Skip. No, Arla. 100. On me. By knock. Thank you.
100. What's the one? On me.
Oh. I hit 3 shot, man.
It sure is, with the 57 points there. 7-point lead against Vegas Inferno. Vegas had about 3 kills on the board there, but didn't really place in those top positioning teams. So it was only a matter of time before EVOS Predator took that over.
Are they actually going to let them revive?
Oh,
this is
for KP.
Interesting here. I guess if the downs came from MDY, then the res means that they do get the kills if they get brought back up. Legends Gaming.
Now, there you have it. 66 points for Legend Gaming. That's 2 points the gap. So the res was enough for them to boost themselves up.
Welcome, guys. This is the APAC-South POI draft show. We're going to take you through the draft for the regional finals today. The first time we've ever been able to do this. And I'm, of course, Gino. With me, I've got Droga here. So, look, it's so good to have you here, dude. Coach of Moist. Not only someone who is very familiar with the game and familiar with the APAC-South teams, but, of course, we couldn't get one of the APAC-South coaches themselves, right? Need a little bit of separation from the region. So I think you were absolutely the best choice. Good to have you here on the show, mate.
No, very good to be here. Thank you for having me.
All right. Well, I just want to hear some thoughts from someone who's been all the way to the tippy top and who's obviously been doing a lot of research. This split as we've had this big change. I want to hear about your sort of thoughts and philosophy on picking POIs here in our new POI draft system for the ALGS.
Yeah, so I think it's really important to play to your strengths, but I think that goes hand in hand with being able to play POIs flexibly. I think if you're a one-dimensional team and you just pick comfortable picks throughout the entire season and the whole draft process, you're going to stay a one-dimensional team, and you're just going to limit yourself later on down the track, whereby everybody else is played from 70% of the POIs by the end of their first Pro League split, and you stuck to your guns and played the same 2 or 3 POIs the whole time, and then come regional finals, say both your 2 or 3 POIs have been picked, then you're in a spot of bother because you have to play from a POI that you get very limited practice from.
Okay, so for some teams who are still going for comfort picks, you think it's better to always pick the better POI, or is it sometimes the right decision to be going for a POI that maybe you're more comfortable and you know the macro from that POI better, or do you think that's just sort of shooting yourself in the foot?
I think more often than not, there's a reason that most POIs get picked as highly as they do. So for POIs, like Harvester Monument, Climber, SkyWest, Cedo Station, Mill, there's a reason they get picked so highly, and that's because they're great POIs. So, as much as it's great to stick to your guns and play from checkpoint because you have for a year now, or however long that may be, Mill is just, in every sense of the word, a better POI.
All right, well, let's get stuck into the draft, of course. How this is going to work is we've got, unlike earlier in the split where the teams, went through a snake draft, for the regional finals, it goes via seeding. So however the teams from 1 to 20 ended up throughout the split and making it into the regional finals, Legends Gaming, our first seeded team, they'll get pick 1 and 21, and it looks like they've gone for Skyhook West first, which to me is quite surprising because I'd highlighted this on Twitter not too long ago, but their performance from Cedo Station was basically one of the best performances out of any team from any POI throughout the entire ALGS. They won 4 out of 9 games they played from Cedo. So when you're going into a match point finals, Droga, where you need to win games, that really surprises me.
No, definitely. I'm going to go as far as saying that's a bit of a troll pick simply because they're so far ahead of the rest of the pack in APAC South.
Could be. I mean, do you think just looking at the 2 POIs by themselves, do you think Skyhook West is better than Cedo?
Yes, because of how much better SkyWest is than the rest of the POIs on World's Edge. As far as Legends strengths go, they're much more suited towards, Cedo Station. But yeah, like I said, I think they're 23 points ahead of second place at the moment, so this is probably them just showing off a little bit.
Interesting. So yeah, prio for them for that. And then as we continue to move on, we've got Stacks there from Mkers. Interesting to see that come out in number 2. That seems quite high for me. Not so surprised to see VKG, who have been doing very well this season, with their 3rd pick, come out and take Cedo themselves. As you can see, it's one of the most highly sought after POIs on Stormpoint.
Yeah, no, I think number 2, as much as it might have gone higher than a lot of other teams would have taken it, makes sense. Makers taking it. They've played from Stacks for, I think about a year now. And then much like BKG, who we all know love Cedo Station.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of teams did force Legends out from Cedo to go over and play on Mill. We'll see where they end up with that 21st pick. Next pick is going to be X and Y taking Thermal Station at number 5 overall. This is an interesting one. I mean, we haven't had a lot of zones over at Thermal so far. So I think while it is a decent POI in general, it feels like it has been muted a little bit this split just because of where the zones have been put.
No, definitely. I personally would have gone for a Climatizer pick just because of the zones, but I think X and Y being genuinely a turbo edge team who love to sit with their backs to zones the entire game, I think it does make a fair bit of sense.
Okay, well, it looks like Guild agree with you at least. Guild taking out Climatizer East. I want to get your thoughts on, the Climber picks and the Siphon picks as we see DF take Pylon next. Just because, obviously, there's always that potential for someone to just come in and contest you and say, hey, we didn't get a good pick, but I don't want to pick Cliffside, so I'm going to go for, you know, Climber or Barrow or, you know, one of those POIs where you can actually contest if you want to. How do you feel about taking those early on in the draft?
I think more often than not, it's fine. I think if a team wants to contest that POI, they'll make it known early, because as much as, you know, teams are brave and good fighting teams, you'd prefer not to con and just play the game out the way you want to play the game out. So I think that's a bit of a scare tactic that good teams are going to use to kind of get bad teams out, and I think Guild are too good of a team to kind of shy away from that.
We've seen MDY take Cenote Caves down there. I feel like Cenote has been one of the POIs that has had a bit of a glow up during Split 2 here. I feel like previously Cenote wasn't seen as that much of a premium POI on Storm Point, but I feel like since the draft system has come out, we've seen a few, you know, the perceived power level of a few POIs change, and for me, it feels like Cenote has gone up in that estimation a little bit. Why do you think that is?
It's definitely just because of the way that Evo works now. So there are only 2 POIs on Storm Point that kind of, or one other POI on Storm Point that can even come close to C-Note's, you know, Evo capabilities, and that's Launchpad. And then, you know, you've got Tridents at C-Note, so if you want to take your time on Edge doing all the PvE in the area, get yourself to purple effectively before you've even had to leave the POI, you've still got a Trident to speed up the rest of your rotate and get you around the map.
All right. Next coming in, we've got Weibo Gaming, who obviously have been struggling a little bit compared to their awesome performance in Split 1. They're taking out Lava Fissure. I feel like Lava Fissure is almost like a little bit of the opposite of Cenote Caves, where previously we had a lot of like fairly good teams playing from Lava Fissure, and I feel like it's slipped in priority in terms of the draft this season and how we've been seeing it perform. I mean, 5.2 points per game on average from Lava Fissure is not super great, but here it's getting taken in 10th pick here by Weibo. What do you make of that one?
Yeah, I think the fall in popularity of Lava Fissure is definitely because you can't pair it with Mirage anymore. So the Lava Fissure team love to play big and flex and, you know, go and take Mirage as well. But given the very few, you know, POIs on World's Edge that have sufficient loot and have ring console and player scan, I think Lava Fissure stocks have gone down significantly.
Okay. Well, looking at the state of it at the moment, World's Edge does seem to be a little bit more preferred. We can see, what is that, 7 picks on World's Edge to the 3 on Storm Point. Now with the next one getting taken, Mill makes complete sense. You were talking about how strong this POI was just before.
Yeah, no, it is interesting to see POIs like Stacks, Overlook, even Monument, to be honest, picked before Mill. Honestly, DF picking Pylon before picking Mill is an interesting one. That's kind of been their home for the last couple of years, or since Storm Point existed. So I'm surprised to see them first pick Pylon here.
I mean, do you think Pylon is better than Mill overall, or it feels like you've got a lot of respect there for Mill, and certainly the rotational capabilities that you get from the quick looting path, and then having the Trident on board as well?
Yeah, I think exactly what you just said. I think it's such a quick POI to loot. The loot is great, and you've got a Trident in a, you know, kind of an area on the map that isn't very congested, and was even less so congested before Cedo Station existed. So yeah, I think Mill's great. Again, I think it's kind of like finding that balance of picking or playing to your strengths, and being able to flex. And I guess I would have assumed that Mill was DF's strength, so I guess they think Pylon is better.
Well, everyone's got some different opinions. It's definitely been one of the fun things about the POI draft to, you know, sort of see how all these different teams, you know, value different parts of the game. Stormcatcher coming in here at number 12. I also find that to be an interesting one. Obviously, I mean, how many like premium POIs do you think that there are over the two maps? Because I feel like for me, I sort of sort them into like, these premium POIs that you really, really want that make a difference. There's a bunch in the middle that, are all kind of the same and like, maybe don't make that much of a difference to your game one way or another. And then there's a couple of, pretty rough ones, like, Cliffside, etc., that are a bit tough. So yeah, I don't know, do you see it kind of similarly to that, or do you have a different take?
Yeah, I think World's Edge is kind of made up of 4, maybe 5, maybe 6, max 6, to be honest with you, like premium POIs. And that comes with, I think if Epicenter gets Survey as well, or the other way around, that's a great POI. But if you're playing Survey and there's a Sky East team that wants the tunnel, and a team picks Epi as well, and all of a sudden you've gone from having anywhere from 200 to 300 loot spawns to 100 maybe, that becomes pretty tricky. But I think Stormpoint is a lot more balanced. Some of the worst for wear POIs are kind of just still very playable POIs, and a lot stronger than the likes of Geyser or Survey by itself or Dome on World's Edge.
Oh, poor Dome. Always
Dome.
a rough one. Well, we're going here to Cascade Falls, which is picked at number 15. You can see on average, these stats, by the way, are just from APAC South. So you can see we've got, it's on average has been picked at the 23rd spot in the APAC South drafts. And, I'd say 5 to 6 points per game is, sort of average. We saw, I think Cedo Station at the start we saw was like 10 points per game or something, which is ridiculous. But of course, that was heavily buoyed by the insane amount of winning and points that Legends Gaming were doing while playing from Cedo. So yeah, Cascade Falls is an interesting one because I remember, when let's go back a year, maybe even 18 months, when say Team Liquid or then became Xset, whatever they were at the time, were landing there and playing like a Loba fast rotate style. Cascade Falls was like they were one of the best teams, and they were deliberately picking that and staking their claim for that before everyone else was. It feels like Cascade is nowhere near that sort of has that sort of respect anymore.
Yeah, well, I'm surprised you bring up Team Liquid and not Team Burger or Team Moist, who kind of staked their claim to that POI the second the map rolled around. But no, it does honestly surprise me to see it get picked so late in APAC South. It was, genuinely such a hot topic for such a long time. I remember when we were in APAC South, we had to fight off so many teams every season, every split. Some like a new challenger rolled up and wanted to try and take the POI from us. So it does surprise me to see it have such a low average pick rate, and then POIs like Stormcatcher get picked before it, to be honest with you.
Okay, yeah, so that's one that you think perhaps is still flying under the radar a little bit?
Yeah, definitely. I don't necessarily think with the current Evo system it's still the same POI that it used to be. I think the new armor system has changed that a little bit. Yeah. I would definitely still pick it over Stormcatcher.
I will see Barrow South there getting picked up by Heroez. They've made it through the regional finals. They're definitely not in as good a position as they were last split where they made LAN. They probably need a first place and that sort of golden ticket to get to the Split 2 playoffs this time. Barrow South is a pretty good POI. You saw, it had 8+ points per game. So considering that was about halfway through the draft, that's actually a pretty good pickup there for Heroez.
Yeah, no, that's their home as well. They've been landing there. Again, I think that's a team who's been landing at that spot since the beginning of Stormpoint. So that pick makes a lot of sense. And then seeing a POI like Lightning Rod slip down to the 18th pick as well. Again, that's a POI in NA that gets snapped up in the top 8 almost every single draft. So it's interesting to see the different priority that APAC South takes in regards to POIs.
Yeah, I mean, even Grape Soda there picking up Zeus Station, which was a POI I thought had a lot of potential and maybe was going to do better once the POI draft system came in purely because of the dropship, right? Like the problem that people always seem to say that POI had was that, you know, they had to take gravity cannons up there and it was just really rough if you got a bad dropship to Zeus Station. Now that you are guaranteed to actually land immediately on your POI and not have those kind of issues, I expected it to be a bit better, but we haven't really seen that. I mean, I think it was 3 point something points per game there for Zeus Station, so hasn't been performing that well, or at least in APAC South. Any differences overseas that you've seen with that POI?
Interestingly enough, Zeus was one of the highest picked POIs at the start of our season. I think more often than not, it would get picked in the top 12, and I knew of 3 or 4 teams that would prior with their first pick, and wow, you know, pick it as early as 5th even. But I also find it interesting looking at the maps now that we pointed out. I think it was 6 World's Edge picks or 7 World's Edge picks to the 3 Storm Point picks, and we've completely flipped that on its head.
Well, that seems to reflect what you were talking about, right? Was that there's a couple of World's Edge picks that you need to get in and get them before other people do, and if not, well, you may as well just pick one of those Storm Point POIs that are sort of, you know, all sort of similar around the middle. Obviously, we have got around to the second round of draft picks now. Everyone, all of our teams have from cWarMonster FireBird, who were AFK. So if you guys haven't read into the nitty gritty of the new POI draft rules, this is all happening. We're not recording this live, but it does all happen live. And so cWarMonster FireBird actually went AFK during their pick, which means they don't get to pick essentially until they show up next. So we'll see when they wake up and get back on here. But in the meantime, the other teams are going to be picking their second POIs, as you can see with Legends Gaming going over to Wall. How do you think about this paired with Skyhook West for Legends Gaming chances to continue their domination of APAC South?
Yeah, I think the only POI that I would have, you know, potentially taken over Wall would have been Launchpad, but I think that's definitely a personal preference one. Launchpad is typically a very slow POI to play from, and we all know Legends are typically the opposite of a slow team. So I think that the Wall pick makes a lot of sense there.
I mean, do you think the new meta is going to shake up any of these picks as well and might be influencing some of this? Because, I mean, just watching, scrims this week and what's happened since this POI draft has occurred, Legends have been, they've been experimenting with, I think it was, Player K was finally off Watson for one, by the way. We had him on Vantage, and it was easy flash swapping over to the Watson with strafing on Bang. So we'll see if that does end up happening there. Walty obviously finds this team comp hilarious. Do you think any of those kind of team comp changes could alter where these teams are going for and making these POI choices?
I'm not entirely sure. I'd like to say no. I don't think there have been any changes big enough to warrant POI changes. I think I'm still interested to see whether Legends actually think that this character comp is viable, for an actual regional finals lobby, or if it's just, again, they're 23 points ahead of second place, so it's kind of just like having some fun with it, trying to see what they can get away with, or maybe experimenting for LAN. So yeah, it's very hard to say.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was a limit test kind of comp. That would, I think Legends are the kind of people who want to try out everything while they've got the chance, and especially, as you say, while they've because they mathematically have locked themselves in for LAN already. They cannot be knocked out. They will be in that top 7 no matter what happens here today in the regional finals. So, all right, we're getting down to the dregs of the barrel here as these last picks come through. Geyser at 26. You can see average draft pick there almost up at 32. I mean, average points per game, 5.6 is actually pretty solid from Geyser. Maybe that's just because of all the overlook zones that have been popping up. What do you think?
I would go as far as saying it's definitely because of all the overlook zones that have been popping up. I find it interesting that POIs like Launch Site and Tree get, kind of pushed to the side, and POIs like Geyser are prioritized. I'd like to imagine that some team has kind of planted their flag at Siphon and has threatened to contest. That's why it's taken this long for it to get picked. And then again, I think I'm also surprised Survey has dropped this low, just because as much as the POI is not fantastic, if somebody picks Epicenter, if nobody picks Epicenter, you've got, probably top 6 POI on the map.
Yeah, nuts. I mean, yeah, and that's a good point. We probably should bring that up. The fact that Siphon hasn't been picked yet, because it's kind of like there is still a little bit of metagaming. Previously it was all metagaming in terms of where you planted your flag, as you put it. Where you decided to, you essentially, you had to stake your claim on a POI before that happened. Oh, cWarMonster FireBird have turned up. Excellent. Here we go, finally. And they get their first pick on Landslide. Probably not as good as they would have hoped. Better check the call sheet next time, guys. But yeah, like it's the one that still remains here where you can actually influence this from outside of the draft, right? From outside of the 90 seconds that you get to pick your POI. You can, whatever, chuck it in the pro chat somewhere and be like, hey guys, if you're going to come and play Siphon, we will take Siphon, east or west, whichever one you don't take, and we will be contesting you. And that way, some of the teams who aren't willing to go toe-to-toe with you, if you are a strong contesting team, which who knows, maybe that'll become rarer and rarer as the game goes on, because we're not going to get as many contests anymore. But those teams do get to enjoy the fruits of one of the best POIs on World's Edge in Siphon.
Yeah, no, it's very interesting. I find it... I'm not a massive fan of that genome. I think it largely defeats the purpose of the draft, and you've got some teams. Yeah, you've got some teams that are kind of like make it to Pro League and have nothing to lose, so plant their flag at Siphon or Climatizer and say, we're not leaving, we don't care. And I think it completely skews the draft and kind of, like I just said, sort of in a sense defeats the purpose of the draft.
Yeah, and I do. It's also tough though, because you need to have enough spots to drop and choose from on these maps. And with the 20 teams, it's like, what other options do you have really? How else do you limit that space? It's a tough. It's more of a design problem for the sort of the ALGS commissioner and for the respawn devs, honestly, than it is for us. But it'll be interesting to see what happens. I know, Grape, Soda have been, I think, one of the teams who were contesting Siphon, and even though they're a team that hasn't necessarily been doing the best in this split, absolutely destroyed some other teams on the contest, and therefore were able to claim that for themselves. So well done to them. Anyway, continuing on with the draft, we see Survey Camp getting taken. Okay, so that's BCG. Let's see if Epi does get taken after all. I'm still surprised that Skyhook East is available at this point, because we've been noting how many Skyhook zones we've been getting that has made Skyhook East a lot more attractive than it has been in the past.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's also incredible, honestly, that Launch Site is still available. And there goes Epicenter. So all of a sudden, BearClaw's top 6 pick is now probably dwindled down to maybe a bottom 5. And but yeah, it does astound me that POIs like Tree, Sky East, and Launch Site have fallen this far in the draft.
And the other thing there, though, is it's even interesting that BearClaw took Survey over Epi first, when, as we just saw, Epi has an average points per game of 8.5. It's actually, in APAC-South at the very least, it is one of the highest averaging POIs in the entire game. So I even feel like Kill Devil getting the pick after BCG is a bit of a steal.
Yeah, I do wonder whether or not that comes down to the repetitive zones that we were seeing early on in the split as well, or if that is maybe I'm just looking past Epicenter as one of the good POIs on World's Edge.
It's the secret goat. We just never knew. All right, Devastated Coast comes out. That'll go to LGD Gaming, almost completely picked out on Storm Point there, as you can see. So yeah, it really was just the gold rush at the start to grab those World's Edge POIs, and now we've almost completely capped out on Storm Point here on the back end, with still about 5 picks left to go on World's Edge. So
I'd imagine next is Grape Soda at Siphon, or is that the pick afterwards?
It's going to be a remarkable team next at Tree by the looks of it. But yeah, I'm sure that one has to be coming soon. How do you feel about the Stacks Maud proximity?
Yeah, I think very unfortunate for us. We, last land we were the Stacks Maud team. And, we do our best whenever we get stacks to threaten the Maud team and make sure they know that if somebody picks Maud, they're going to have us on their tail for the entire game.
There it is.
Yeah, I mean, there you go, 36 pick. But yeah, at the end of the day, if you're quick from Maud, there's nothing the stacks team can do about it. But if you want to play slow, it's a tough POI to play from, to be honest with you, and it also makes stacks a lot worse because your initial rotate becomes very congested, and that balloon is no longer, takeable. You can't use it anymore. You can't. You don't benefit from the extra ring console or survey beacon, and you have to try and find a way around.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's pretty tough when, just the symmetry of it. Otherwise, what are you going to do? You have to go through the vault tunnel and try and take the geyser, or below Siphon or something. It does, it makes the rotates very ugly from stacks, which is, obviously a much better POI than it was before stacks was there at all. But so Trident getting taken by cWarMonster, FireBird. So yeah, I mean, with that, they picked up Landslide, I guess, which is not the worst. We've seen some teams be creative and do good stuff from it, like Legends Gaming, obviously, famously from last LAN made it work. But when you look at the caliber of that team, you got to wonder, is it the team? Is it the POI? It's kind of the experiment we've been running all split long, really.
Yeah, I think they'd definitely be disappointed that they've slipped in and ended up with Landslide as their first pick. But to be honest with you, I don't think Trident as your 20th Storm Point pick is a bad option at all. I think there are worse POIs on the map. Yeah, I know we at the start of the split especially like to prioritize Trident pretty highly. I think it's got good PvE if you want to play slow. You've got, obviously, like the name suggests, a Trident that you've got access to, a survey beacon on your head. So it's definitely, you can potentially have a really good game day from Trident.
What about Mirage du Trois? I was seeing here 6.3 per average points per game here. That's pretty high for Final Dream. Is that a good pickup at pick 39?
I personally think Mirage is a very underrated POI. Just having looked at the stats, I think it's got a balloon right next to the main cluster of loot. It's got a lot of loot. It's got its own ring console now that got added as the POI draft got brought into ALGS. It's got a survey beacon. It's kind of got all the makings of a half decent POI, and like we were talking about earlier, just due to the nature of World's Edge POIs as a whole not being very good, just means that any average or mid-tier POI is just that little bit better.
All right, and then the final pick, Geekay Esports, of course. Previously, Boogie Boarders are going to pick up Big Maud and take on Mkers, who obviously, they've been on a tear this split. Geekay, kind of the opposite, have been slipping down in the rankings. They were the 20th team to make it into the regional finals, that very last spot. Look, it has an 8.4 PPG. That's quite high. But as you were saying, it can be a tough POI to play from. Do you think this is a smart move from Geekay to try and take on a fighting powerhouse like Mkers, or do you think this is maybe a gamble gone wrong?
To be honest with you, I think this was kind of like a pick your poison situation. You're either playing at dome and stuck behind Mkers and have them potentially sit at top of stacks or top of Maud and not move until they get to fight you, or you've got them on your tail the whole game. So I think they've just kind of looked at those two options, both being pretty bad, and just taken what they deem to be the better of the two. And I do personally agree with Maud being the better pick. And I think, again, getting Maud at 40th pick is a win, in all honesty.
Okay. Well, yeah, look, talking about winning and losing, let's just, to wrap this up, let's have a look at these maps overall. And I want you to give me, maybe one or two people who you think have won this draft and got, maybe better picks than they should have, or just, had a really smart approach to this to end up with good POIs. And maybe one or two teams who you think could have done better.
Yeah, well, I think it goes without saying that Grape Soda are probably the biggest winners, having gotten Zoo Station and Siphon from, I think, around 16th pick, or the 16th seed, sorry. I think as far as, an edge team goes, I think Heroez have done the same. I think they've gotten some very good picks, having gotten their home POI in Barrow South, and managed to get Sky East with the 18th pick on World's Edge. As far as the losers of the draft go, I'm not a fan of the Pylon Geyser pick. I think they had priority to a lot of great POIs on both maps. And I think the first picking Pylon over the likes of, Mill, like we spoke about earlier, and then prioritizing a POI like Geyser over Launch Site and Survey and Sky East, and even Mirage is a bad decision as well. But yeah, other than that, I think everybody's done relatively well. I think if I was to pick another loser, potentially Overlook Coastal, but I think that also plays into the repetitive zones that we've been talking about today. I think, if we keep having those South Storm Point zones and we keep having those Northeast World's Edge zones, and they've got two fantastic POIs, but if they pull to the other side of the map, then, not so much. There's some tricky POIs to play from.
Yeah, and obviously we have had some changes with the rings recently in terms of trying to make it a bit more equitably distributed in terms of the quadrants of the maps that those rings do pull to. So, it may come down to that as well. I definitely think that for me, Heroez were probably the winner of this draft. I think Barrow South and Skyhook East is a great combo. Maybe that... as we said, they kind of have to come first. So, if there's any way for them to get through, it was that one. But yeah, it's been an interesting shakeout. There's quite a few teams here. We've got 7 slots up for grabs today for these teams from APAC South to go through to a regional finals, 1 less than the last split. And that does mean that there's quite a few teams here who have to play for first say. They have to win match point. They have to be able to win from their POI to win that ticket overseas. So, all right, look, it's been lots of fun going through with you, Droga. Thank you so much for lending your expertise to us today.
No worries. Thank you for having me. It was lots of fun.
All right, well, that's been the APAC South pre-show, POI draft show, whatever you want to call it. We're making it up on the spot, but we'll be back into the action very quickly. Thanks so much, guys, for tuning in for this one.
undisputed champions of APAC-South in the ALGS.
Such a good spot here. Provides any much coverage for Popcorn. Ravi kicks down and out already. Crystal strike there.
About to go down. 1v1, 1v1.
Oh, what? Oh, Shady. He finds the target.
That's going to be a punishing blow.
Tree is covered. Fly high to Senpai. The wraparound is perfect.
What? No! Look to overextend. So does Kashira.
Does get spotted out. The pins go down. Oh my god!
It's the 360! What a beast!
Hello and welcome everyone to the Split 2 Regional Finals, where we'll be covering all the Apex Legends action here in Apex South. My name is Lace and I'm so thrilled to be back on your screen once again for the ultimate memes and beams, but that's not without our wonderful casters. So let me roll out the red carpet once again for Genome and Elfish. Genome, we finally made it. We're back in the Regional Finals. Is it just me, or do you feel like this split has gone very, very fast?
It has been quick. I mean, the days have been basically back-to-back. It's been non-stop action, but none of it will be as exciting as what we see here today in the regional finals.
I know, I'm just sitting here getting super excited for everything to go down. And of course, you know, we have had some epic weeks of Apex Legends, and we are finally here in the finals. I just feel like, Elfish, like, you're our throwback king. Hopefully you're a little bit locked in for today.
Oh, I'm always locked in, you know, there's no doubt about that one. But I'm kind of just wondering, are we going to get to the point where, you know, we have another insanely long day like we had last time? I can't even remember how many, was it 11 games? Something like that. But pretty ridiculous. Are we going to get that today? Well, I don't know. I mean, Legends have kind of been dominating this season, and so there's every possibility they just sort of do it in 3 or 4, and we're like, all right, well, we'll just get out of here after 6.
Yeah, I think it was around 10, 11. So, you know, hopefully we're not like APAC North with 13 games. But, you know, we're going to jump in and tell you all about our schedule, because we've had 5 weeks of tantalizing Pro League here. And today is the day that we finally find out which teams secure their spot at LAN. So let's take a look at, you know, I guess exactly how everything's going to work here. We've reached the regional finals here in Apex South. You know, things are heating up a little bit for us. So teams will need to compete with the match point format. The goal is to reach 50 points. So once a team reaches 50 points, they will become match point eligible. The first match point eligible team will be declared the winner. But, you know, Genome, that's kind of easier said than done, right?
Yep, there's only one team out of 20 that's going to do it, Lace. So, yeah, that's not great odds for any of these teams. And you know, looking in the past, we have had teams who have been dominating APAC South just run away with it in the regional finals, right? You know, Moist doing it a couple of times. You know, it's been rare that you get one of those underdogs coming up. But we did see that last night in APAC North, right? When you get into a situation where you got 13 games, you got 16 teams on match point, all of a sudden anyone can be the ones walking away with that win.
APAC North really taking things a little bit crazy for us. I remember they won it in 4 and then we had to change it to 6 games. You have to play 6. So, you know, they're always paving the way for us. But at the end of the day, what are these teams playing for? But it's, of course, to make it to LAN, which I dare say is in Mannheim, Germany, which is really exciting. But, of course, let's take a look at the dollary dues. $125,000 spread across our teams. You know, they get their chance at LAN, but they also get $20,000 all the way to, you know, the 21st to the 30th place, which is 1,500. So, you know what? There's money spread around. There's exciting stuff to happen as well. But, you know, after an incredible split, we are looking to send through 7 teams to the playoffs. One team has already locked themselves in, though, Elfish, which we'll go through shortly. But, you know, we did have to say goodbye to about 10 teams as well. So a little bit tough there, but these are our top 20 teams, Elfish.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 1 or 2 names kind of missing out there. I think the most notable probably was Virtus Pro, that we would have maybe not expected to be unable to make it through to this lobby. But generally speaking, I think we've got the vast majority of those sort of top name teams that did manage to come through to the regional finals. And it is interesting, and I guess we'll talk about this more as we go through this pre-show, but you know, we do have a bit of like a bit of a split between like those top sort of leading teams and the teams that are kind of trying to catch up to them. And if we talk about the fact that 7 teams are going to be able to go through to the playoffs, obviously we look at the scoreboard here, and if you just cast your eyes along those top 7 and go from 7 to 8, then there actually ends up being that little gap. Like, it's not a massive jump between DreamFire and MDY, but there's actually a bit of a buffer zone for those top 7. Obviously, certainly for teams like Legends and Mkers, they're far and away buffered. But you know, even down to DreamFire, you sort of go, okay, there's like a significant drop off after DreamFire into the rest of the pack, who, you know, kind of have to make that little bit of an excess jump today and hope that maybe someone like DreamFire, for example, has a little bit of a falter that they can overcome that points deficit. So a little bit of extra work to do for probably positions 8 to 20. But, you know, for the most part, it is sort of anybody's guess as to who can really walk away with those positions today, especially knowing that it is that match point format. Realistically, even Geekay can make it.
Yeah, I guess, Gino, we're a little bit worried for Geekay Esports. You know, they haven't really been totally performing the way that we've seen them in this split, but they just managed to sort of push through into the crutch in the top 20, but a little bit crazy. Virtus Pro, unfortunately, you know, we say goodbye to them. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, that one's been said, honestly, but, you know, that's right. We've dealt with a lot of that grief over the last week, and now we're focused on the 20 teams that are here, right? So, you know, they've all gone through the draft process this week, which, if you had been watching the draft pre-show that we did there, Lace, it's a little bit different. So previously, if you got the first pick, you'd also get the 40th pick, but we are giving an advantage to the highest seeded teams coming into our regional finals. And that means if you got the first pick in this one, you also get the 21st pick. And if you get the 20th pick, then you also get the 40th pick. So it's pretty hard for a team like Geekay, but you will see, you know, even in this draft, they've done okay getting down Beast, and I believe it was Big Maud as well over on World's Edge. But, you know, we were talking about some of the winners and the losers out of this draft. I think Heroez did really well getting Barrow South here in Storm Point. They've ended up in an interesting position. The one that surprised me, of course, was that Legends didn't take Cito as first pick. As you can see, that's gone to VK Gaming, because on a day when it's all about winning, they've won 4 out of the 9 games they played from Cito Station, and they won't be playing from that today.
Yeah, I guess I was a little bit curious about Legends Gaming choice at the wall as well, Genome. But, you know, that's one of our teams that kind of have that, you know, golden ticket through to land. So, like Elfish or Genome, do you guys, I guess, think that they're just trying to change something and play a little different in you know, the hopes to go to the land or something like that, Elfish?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a possibility, right? Like it was you guys were talking about, Genome, when you were doing that POI pre-show, that they may not necessarily get what they want when they go to land, so they might just try to sort of play around with things a little bit here when they know that they're quite safe to make it through regardless, and see if they can get a bit of experience in some different locations, some different rotations and stuff like that. I don't think that that's necessarily a bad shout, but also in saying that, like, you know, you're potentially leaving money on the table if, for example, something happens today where Mkers, you know, is able to overtake them, which I believe is, you know, the only team that could possibly overtake them, and realistically it would have to be a horrible day for Legends. So, you know, maybe that's like grasping at straws in reality, but I don't know. I guess the only option really is that Legends, they want to just try and do something different. That's got to be the only takeaway.
Well, I was going to ask you guys how's it going to go. Like, is Legends going to do it in 7? But we're going to get started, guys, because the game is ready to go. This is the regional finals for APAC-South. So let's head on over and see our teams dominate game number 1.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess we can answer that one, Gino, because generally speaking, we don't get super crazy early games here in APAC-South anymore. And just from a quick, brief look on the map myself, I'm not seeing too many contests or anyone really running at one another, which is fair enough. And I guess to answer the question, like for me, I feel like there's obviously very, you know, plenty of options, let's just say, as far as who you could potentially pick here to say, oh, I want to expect this team to kind of take away a dub overall. But, you know, I've gone for Weibo. I think that's a bit of an outside shot. I said Weibo in 3. Now, obviously, that's a bit of a troll pick, but in reality, you know, I do think that they are the kind of team that could turn it on. I'm not really going to say, look, let's be real. I'm not going to say they're going to do it in 3, but I think if they're the kind of team that is going to have a day like they do sometimes, they could definitely win in like maybe 4 or 5 games, 6 games, something like that. So I think that's a possibility for sure.
I mean, if they play their absolute best, then yeah, they've shown that they can be the team that comes out and absolutely trounces the lobbies and puts up record numbers as far as kill points go. So yeah, I mean, they've been better in the second half of the season than they did at the start, and that's important because as we've just seen with a couple of these team comps coming out, Elfish, things have changed, right? What we're seeing here in the regional final is definitely not what we saw at the start of the season. The meta has opened up a lot. Honestly, it's been really refreshing. We're not getting 100% bang, 100% blood. We are getting a lot of fun looking across the board. There's multiple scan characters, recon characters. You've got Seer being played. You've got Crypto being played. You've also still got a little bit of Bloodhound occasionally. And then you've also, you know, we're seeing Vantage for the very first time. You can consider Vantage as part of the competitive Apex Legends meta.
Vantage is pickable, apparently. We've also got a Caustic and a Valkyrie in there as well. Caustic, Valkyrie, Bangalore from Remarkable team. Don't half mind that one at all. But, you know, I think the other thing that we do have to talk about as well is not just like composition changes, but team changes as well, right? Guild, that's the big one, obviously, with MT coming in. And so to round things out for the regional finals, you know, you make a roster change. That's quite a substantial change.
I mean, it's a little bit rough, honestly, isn't it? You were saying, you know, he's qualified for quite a few lands now, and, you know, he hasn't necessarily got to attend all of them with these roster change coming through. Obviously, Serenity, as they were in the regional, in the Split 1 playoffs, had a very good result for a team's first crack at LAN. I think it was a 12th place they picked up, right? That's phenomenal. So to get dropped in that sort of situation is so tough. So my heart goes out to Bugi, who's obviously played pretty well throughout the season, leading Guild to the spot that they are now. But that said, yeah, having an opportunity to pick up MT, like, I don't know if can really pass that up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree at all. I think it's not a bad change. Personally, I think things were not really going so well, so hot for Guild, so you can question the timing change. I think that's fair, but as far as the change itself is concerned, I would tend to agree with you that it is hard to pass up the opportunity to get MT in, someone with a lot of experience and a track record of doing very, very well in this region. So I'll give it the credit where it's due. But I suppose we have to just wait and see how it plays out, right? Like, yeah, you can sort of theorize about it and talk about it on paper or want, but at the end of the day, how is it going to perform in the server is really what's going to matter today. And for Guild in particular, it's probably a case of win the day or don't go to LAN. So they've got a lot of work to do today.
I mean, yeah, like MT just finished his best placing ever at LAN, 4th place. And obviously, Split 2 with Mist was not so great. That's one of the reasons why they parted ways with him. But if you're looking at what that man's capable of, it's something pretty significant. So, we'll see, you know, how he does on the Seer. Ooh. It's like trying to play a risky spot underneath here.
Yeah, and I think you should mention as well, DreamFire's already been eliminated. So that was the team that was sitting on that 7th place cutoff cusp. And to not start the day very well, it is going to mean the rest of the teams in the league are going to be sort of licking their lips, looking at that, rubbing their hands together, thinking, okay, already DreamFire is in a bit of a precarious spot. That obviously makes it a lot easier for us to maybe nab that set place. So we really do need to keep quite a keen eye on DreamFire for the moment, but obviously Guild and cWarMonster FireBird as well is going to be a conversation as those two teams do start to crack off one another. Shark is down for the moment, but doesn't look to be under too much pressure, so the res may be doable.
BCG here on the 3rd, though, have Guild realized it. They looked like they were pushing forward to try and take down cWarMonster FireBird, but I think they have now realized and respected the fact that BCG are on the other side of this. Guild do get a second to get that res, get that reset, and now it's really cWarMonster FireBird here who are in a spot of trouble.
Yeah, Shark still hasn't been picked up, and I dare say at this point maybe that's not going to happen. The timing might have been there a little bit earlier on. Good shots back though. Limo goes down. So BearClaw Gaming, they've been a little more than they can chew. You really don't want to be dropping any members in a situation like this because it's going to be really tough to get the res. You're really like in the center of the zone. Teams are going to be rotating in this direction. Teams are going to be looking in this direction. And yeah, well, cWarMonster FireBird do get eliminated, so they're out of the picture here, but it's still going to be a bit of a mess under that bridge.
Yeah, I think they either needed to full send guild and just try and take advantage of the fact that, you know, they got that first knock. It probably would have been hard because of all the defense that guild had set up there. You know, focus potential coming out from Seer, all that kind of stuff. But even here, you can see they're not necessarily out of harm's way, and guild, wow, will join DreamFire and cWarMonster FireBird in the grave for game number 1.
This is a very nicely timed push from Las Vegas Inferno. I mean, they were sitting in that golden, that orange, I should say, that you can see that they're looking at, AFO's looking at right now. They were sitting in that during that whole little skirmish between the other teams, and they were kind of just watching along, waiting for the perfect time to strike, and they did, right? Like, cWarMonster FireBird got taken down, and then we saw BearClaw Gaming back off, and it was, at that point, just Guild sitting under the bridge there trying to get the res, and so Las Vegas Inferno decided, yeah, okay, we're going to go and have a bit of a crack at this, and yeah, they got themselves a couple of free points. So very good start to the day for a team that has, to an extent, kind of flown under the radar a little bit. I think they're always one of those teams that's kind of kicking around, but you never really see, like, massive stuff from... but then again, you know, like, there's no better time to peak than now, so if you've got a big day ready under your belt, today is the day to pull it out, and that was already quite a good positive start for Las Vegas Inferno.
VK Gaming, I should say, have been one of the better teams this split. They are really coming into their own as the split ends. As far as the season standings go, they look like they're, you know, all but locked in for LAN here. They would have to have some serious stuff going the wrong way here for them to not make it to Mannheim at this point. And it's been awesome to see them really skill up and playing the Crypto, so another team who's had to try something that's a little bit different here, just to try and adapt to this new XNY, another team who is looking likely to join VK Gaming over in Mannheim as first-time LAN representees of APAC-South.
Yeah, I mean, on the point of Crypto, there was a lot of those getting picked up in APAC North. Don't know that we're quite going to get as many here in APAC South, but it's cool to see a little bit of that variety coming back. I mean, obviously, Seer coming into that sort of Bloodhound role in a lot of compositions and a lot of teams. They're just happy to go, okay, we're going to take the like-for-like replacement and swap the Blood out for the Seer. And that maybe doesn't drastically change things up as much as perhaps some of the other composition changes going to. So really just a conversation for the teams themselves, how they're comfortable, and maybe what kind of legends each player is happy to be playing or looking to play, because everyone obviously can have their comfort picks, and yeah, there's an argument to be made that, you know, you should be adapting to the meta and whatnot, but if we're in this sort of wishy-washy state where a meta hasn't really been 100% locked down yet, yeah, maybe it is better to just sort of default back to, okay, yeah, I am comfortable playing the Crypto, this is a legend that I really like, you know, maybe we can make that work, and perhaps that's the conversation for Bear, right? They've even got a Wraith in here as well. Like, so that's just not something that many teams, I'm sure, are going to be leaning towards. But Wraith, Crypto, and Bangalore is certainly something different. But if it works for you, that's really all that matters.
Yeah, I mean, there's comfort picks, and sometimes that is better than trying something at the last minute that you're not that familiar on. I agree. But sometimes, I don't know, man. Sometimes you just need to get the reps in on it, right? And you need to... you know, there's a reason it becomes better and more teams are playing it because it is a strong pick. So, yeah, I think there's definitely arguments both way there, but I think the positive thing to take out of this is that we don't seem to have a defined number one recon character here, with what is really allowing a lot of the variety in the team compositions we're seeing here today.
And Legends already to get into the early stoush. That's some good tracking coming through from Easy Flash as he puts Jackie Chan to bed. There's the Wraith player going down early as well, so into the Void to keep him safe by the looks of things. There was a trade back onto Scraping Flame, but the pressure's really not there. The reset came through for Easy Flash. He was able to get himself some shields back on, and Weibo Gaming maybe have overstretched a little bit, though. You'd think that this is probably the end of Legends as well, so that third party's coming through from BearClaw Gaming. And that really ends up being a bit mutually assured destruction type situation for both Weibo and for Legends. So certainly in the case of Legends, one of the top teams being taken out early. And for Weibo, well, my prediction not looking too good of Weibo in 3 so far. Yeah, well, BearClaw, I mean, pretty good timing from BearClaw. And kind of like what I'm seeing from BearClaw so far tonight. You know, the fight that they had on the bridge, they didn't really overcommit to it. Backed off before it got too punishing. And now, good punish from them onto Legends and onto Weibo Gaming. And we'll hold that thought for the moment because LGD are now getting into a bit of an argument. But I don't know that they're going to want to overcommit to this too much, right? Like, they have a fairly solid position at the moment and that they need to obviously move off of. But just sort of clearing the area, letting Fussy escape, and focusing on the mission at hand, which is going to be to get in the next zone.
Well, there were 2 or 3 teams sitting down there at Barometer. And, yeah, look, they've managed to essentially clear out all of that area now. As you said, just Fussy left alone from them. So they've cleared the walk-in, but that's only step 1. Right, you know, they still have to get past teams like X and Y who are holding that bridge that Guild were at earlier. And then on the northern side, you've got Final Dream, who are well within the circle here, playing the IMC Armory. I'm sure you'll know teams like SWQ have been a really dominant force this split. They're about to evac in towards that area, so let's see if Final Dream keep their wits about them as these teams reposition even closer.
Well, speaking of LGD, they've actually decided to push north. So instead of walking their way into XY, they've gone north and they've run into EVOS Predator. And this will be a bit of an issue actually for LGD because in the meanwhile, X and Y are actually pushing out of the zone to have a little bit of a look at this. LGD are in danger of getting sandwiched if they get their timing wrong, which they may well have. They're going to try and escape vertically. Feiju, though, very low. No shields. About a quarter of his HP left. But somehow seems to be making this rotation okay. Just having a quick look at the kill feed there. Haven't seen him drop. So now they've actually managed to make it out there, LGD. But not the same can be said, obviously, for EVOS Predator, who have taken the more scenic route along the ground. And they have just been farmed by X and on the way in. And they're definitely going to lose 1 or 2 members. So X and Y will be happy with that. Those knocks that they got, one of them being onto Jack Cute, is not going to be reset by X and Y, so it was in the end just Gopgaps that managed to make it into the zone, and he's been found out by LGD. It looks like it's going to be a pretty untimely end for EVOS Predator.
Yeah, well, obviously X and Y know this area very well. They have a team that was playing Cenote Caves for a very long time, so they should have a good idea of how this sort of works out. They didn't get that pick today, of course. They are playing from Launchpad, but still, it's familiar territory for them.
Heroez very quickly losing a couple of members there as well. Lahim is a sliver of HP. Luckily, he's on the Pathfinder, so he's going to find it a little easier to maybe get out of dodge, but for how long that is going to last, there's a little angle around the corner there that is causing problems for him. I don't know that he's going to be able to get the res here. Even if he were to get the banners, it's just a little bit too late in the game. So I might have to play this one out as a solo and see if you get some more placement points going forward.
He's very much stuck in there with some other people. If he somehow managed to get onto the outside of Cenote Caves, there was actually a respawn beacon, but that's a far cry from here, where X and Y are getting into yet another fight. This time it's LGD Gaming. X and Y are doing such a good job of gatekeeping several teams now.
Yeah, most definitely. They're just sort of working their way around the outer edge of this zone. They're not particularly interested in making their rotations in early at all. More than happy to sweep the eastern flank. And they've very much done so. They've taken down 2 or 3 teams on that eastern flank, as you sort of allude to. So it's actually quite a comfortable, quiet side of this for them. At least for the next 10-15 seconds or so, when they inevitably do have to push their way in. It's going to get a little bit more difficult. By the way, to have BearClaw also still kind of in the thick of things. They've really been fighting hard this game. Only got the 3 points so far. I thought they might have had a little bit more than that, but SWQ will be eliminated, and so too will Heroez and BearClaw. In the blink of an eye, we go from 12 teams down to 9. X and Y might be about to make it potentially 8, because they look like they want to take this fight as well. Remarkable team off in the kill feed in the meanwhile there as well. But yeah, X and Y certainly not slowing down this pace that they've set, although maybe the crypto drone, the EMP, is going to force them to.
Yeah, I mean, Mkers blowing a lot of ultimates over here. We see Age just throwing out the Rolling Thunder just to X and Y at bay. Luckily, they do have this nice little position here on the rocks that they can just chill for a moment. They've done such a good job of picking up KP, making it into the next zone, clearing out their backs, and just, you know, rinse and repeat. A really impressive game one here from X and Y, but their route into the next zone will be via Mkers, and that's an even harder fight for them.
Well, MDY have been keeping their heads down pretty nicely and looking reasonably healthy as a result of that. Gonna get some good scouting out of that EMP, out of that drone as well. Obviously, EMP is going to be an option too, I suppose. Kill Devil on the outer edge. A little bit of work to do to try to get their way in. And some good damage coming out of this Havoc so far for Bolin, but eating as much, or if not more, in response. It's going to be a little bit of a hassle now for VKG.
Well, it's more than a hassle. They've got one player down, one player in a box, and now it's really just all up to 9-5-1. Geekay, they have to get a win today to pull out of this, and they're in a good spot here, sitting in that cave underneath. Outside, we're finally getting that talk we were alluding to earlier. Mkers and XMY now coming to blows with each other.
Well, who comes away with the better of it? MDY are also having a bit of a look. They've decided to come out of their shell, come out of their building, and see if they can nab a couple of points on the way through. Why? Trying to take it slow, give XD a little bit of that time to get the bat off. Mkers in that meanwhile as well, able to get themselves a reset, and now starting to put that chip damage back on in. Isha low, back safe around the corner for a moment. Dexter will drop, and that's going to be the end of Asia as well. X and Y, they picked their timing pretty well on the fight against Mkers, but they didn't quite calculate for MDY on the side. So it's both X and Y and Mkers getting taken down, and MDY will claim their position.
Okay, MDY, that actually buys them a lot of space in the circle here. You can see partly in the building, there's a rock to play behind. There's got multiple angles, and that's what's so powerful in a late game circle, whereas Kill Devil as a duo, you know, just a tiny sliver of cover to play behind. Vegas Inferno, they're on top of GK's position, so GK still in that cave underground. No one's getting in there with the Watson fences that Yukoi has set up currently. And then, yeah, it's Vegas Inferno on the top playing that Vantage Newcastle composition.
Seems to be working out pretty nicely for them. 11 points so far. Second for the lobby. They might well overtake, I believe it would have been X and Y that was at the top. After all the fighting that they were doing, but now out of the picture. Zone's going to start to shift in a couple of minutes, and so that'll be where this all starts to kick off. But for the meanwhile, with only the 4 teams remaining, I'm not sure we're going to get too much action. Kill Devil may be getting taken down, but beyond that, not sure that anybody's really too keen to change up their positions all that much. MDY on a bit of a slight rotate here, but more of a sort of chip damage attempt. And there's the Newcastle coming into play. A-Flow will be nice and safe.
Yep, the castle wall has to get used for that one. Maybe they were hoping to save that for just a little bit later to buy them more time than the other team. All you really need to do is just to be safer, to be less pushable for slightly longer than that third team, and all of a sudden you guarantee yourselves a top 2. It looks like the others have started fighting though, so maybe Vegas Inferno have got this anyway.
Oh, yeah, GK just got deleted. MDY are tearing through the lobby at the moment. There's another one for them, and this might just be the end as well. MDY so easily walk their way to a victory in Game 1. It's a big start to the regional finals of Split 2, and they will be very happy with that.
Oh, wow. That was a very fun zone there. You know, lots of interesting fights in the middle there. I mean, you know, Guild coming out there so early. X and Y having a really good game, but those couple of extra teams there doing very well.
Yeah, no, MDY kicking things off, of course, Elfish at the start there. This is, I guess, a team that I didn't really, think to take, the first match, but an excellent one by them. There are a few other teams that are sort of keeping an eye on as well. Geekay Esports literally sitting up there nicely to Elfish. Some of these teams, I feel like they're at the bottom of the leaderboard, coming into regional finals, and they're like, not today, this is regional finals. We need to kick things off because we've got to make 50 points. But yeah, a huge game from them. How do you feel about, MDY taking out the first game?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's perhaps the best case scenario that we could have had for what will be maybe quite a tantalizing end to the day, right? Because obviously MDY, there's 77 points going into today. DreamFire 85. Those were number 8 and number 7 on the overall standings coming into today. So when we talk about the context again of 7 teams going to LAN, DreamFire being the team that you're trying to, at least initially trying to overtake. In fact, actually, we can lump Guild into that conversation as well, because Guild didn't have a very good first game either. Both Guild and DreamFire not really getting too many points out of our very first game. MDY getting quite a few. Las Vegas Inferno, BearClaw Gaming, all 3 of those teams all sort of had a decent start to the day. They're going to be looking at that and saying, okay, if we can sort of do very well in this lobby and get, maybe 25, 21 sort of points, something like that, that's going to make it quite capable for us to overtake the likes of DreamFire and Guild, who are sort of hanging on, not by a thread. They have a little bit of a gap. They have a little bit of a buffer zone. 10 points for Guild and 8 points the buffer for DreamFire in the overall standings. But, that is definitely something that can be overtaken by a good day. And MDY have kind of done everything that they need to do to start the day on the right foot. Whereas DreamFire, if you remember, they were literally the antithesis of that, and they were the first team that were eliminated. So it's a very tantalizing prospect, but we'll obviously have to see how that develops over the course of the day. It's very much too early to really say at this point.
Yeah, and let's take it back to you, Weibo doing it in 3 for you, Elfish. Coming out there with 17 points. So, even though jokes aside, not a epic start for them, but of course we know them as kind of a bit of a snowball sort of team where they just pick things up as the games go by. But MDY getting themselves 18 points total in game number 1. Vegas Inferno there with 9 kills as well as a second place. That's another 18 for them. They're going to reach that 50-point threshold, and then that's match point eligibility for those teams. So, they are kicking things off incredibly well.
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't know why you had to do it to me like that. To be fair, I kind of had to do Weibo a bit like that, didn't I? Again, this is what you kind of get from Weibo, though. Like, they are very much a live by the sword, die by the sword team, and you could see even in that last game, like, they are still playing to that style, which is very much a very aggressive kind of we want to take fights on the edge style, and that's what they did. The trouble is they ran into Legends, who are obviously a very good team in their own right, and there was also the third party coming through. So didn't really work out for them. They only get the 1 point on the board there, but yeah, I mean, teams that I was talking about, like Guild and DreamFire, both at the bottom of the scoreboard right there, have a bit of catching up to do if they want to make sure that they at least hold on to one of those land spots.
Yeah, of course, still early days for us. It's only game at number 1. But, we're going to be definitely keeping a close eye on, all teams around. Legends Gaming, of course, we have mentioned that they've got their golden ticket through to LAN. So, knowing Legends Gaming, though, Elfish, they'll want to win everything and still have the ticket through to LAN. So, we're definitely going to see them pick things up going into the matches ahead of us. But Kill Devil here, I remember Genome sort of saying that Kill Devil might be one of the ones to sort of reach match point first, and they're doing incredibly well as well. 5th place there with the 8 points, so that's something that we might see from them too. But it's very, very exciting just to see these teams sort of pull through the threshold and make themselves known in today's matches. But I'm still very prominent that Legends Gaming is going to hit the 50 points first. I said it in 7 games. I reckon they might get it in 5 games and then win it in 7. So, I've been watching this team obviously very closely. We all have. Their first and second games, yeah, they get the kill points there, but then they start to amp and ramp things up in the next coming games. So, Elfish, that's my prediction, of course. Weibo, your prediction was not going so closely there, but you know what, that's so fine. But we're gonna take ourselves a short break, but let me hand it over to the coach of X and Y to take you through a wonderful scouting report of this epic team.
My simple answer is yes. I think it's fundamentally changed a lot of how we draft, because X and Y used to be a very poor team on World's Edge. We always had like the poorest of POIs. We had launch side, one of the worst POIs on World's Edge. So thank God draft came in, saved us from having to play launch side and like having to worry about whether we get dome every game or not, you know? Because you had to fight 2 POIs and essentially you might lose one if you try both, you know? Yeah, and like I think draft really saved us in that department. But whereas on Stormpoint, we had Senate caves to ourselves, right? And because of how draft plays out and everything, there's a chance we might not get the POI that we're most well known to play from. So yeah, it's good and it's bad. It depends on where you were before that and like what you're looking to get after the changes. One of the biggest challenges we just had it last week. So XY actually we did this really interesting thing where we actually tried to play players in different positions just to get them to learn about like how different positions play out and how different players see the game, right? Different perspectives. Help make for a better, well-rounded player. So what happened last week was because we had XD on Fuse, there is a big problem that came out where, oh shit, now my IJ is on Fuse. We want to make quick and dynamic plays, but it's harder for Fuse to execute those, because he's not the bang, he's not the blood. So we had a really rough last week where like we were figuring out, hey, like we were getting results with like Fuse the week before, but what's going on now? So what we did was that we had a backroom talk and we essentially said, hey, at the end of the day, you got the experience. I think it's better if you shift back to your original role of playing Bang. XD went back to playing Bang. And then we just had a better game from there on out because he now has the experience of how his anchor player plays the game, how he views the game. So he's able to more comprehensively IGL. He's able to develop a more holistic game plan as the game progresses and stuff. Yeah, so that's like one of the biggest challenges we had this split, which is like to just help players figure out how to play the game from different positions. We're feeling confident, but I would say when we're also feeling a bit of a bit of the stress of playing regional finals, because you don't know how people are gonna turn up on that day itself, and we expect the lobby to play way harder than what it is in the regular season. Yeah, we're expecting a bit of upsets, but personally, we want to just play our own game and play the best Apex we could. And I'm glad to say that we're also bringing in maybe potentially a couple of fresh new team comps regional finals. How am I gonna celebrate? I hope I find an AUG. I don't have to pay for my own flight tickets, and we're all gonna ball out once we reach land.
We have our Apex champion. Alert 5, Valkyrie actual. Ready for burn.
Welcome back, everyone. We've just kicked things off here in Apex South. And if you're just joining us, welcome on in. And if you've been here from the start, we just had an epic game 1 from MDY. They took out 6 kills and the win, which totaling them for 18 points. But that's not without Vegas Inferno with 9 kills in a second. But it actually makes them tied with MDY, Elfish.
Yeah, most definitely. Look, X and Y not too far away from that one either. They picked up 8 kills in that game too. So a couple of teams kind of plugging away at the points tally that is required. We've got to get to 50, and that's where things obviously then start to get a little bit interesting as far as, let's say, these first sort of 3-4 games maybe are concerned. Usually it's actually maybe more like 4 or 5 kind of games before someone hits that match point total. These are like the staging games, right? They're like the preparation, right? Everyone gets to ease their way into the lobby, and then the real business starts when someone hits 50 points and up to the point where like 12 teams hit 50 points, which is what we had last time. So plenty of opportunities once we get to that point, but yeah, we've still got a bit of a ways to go before we get there.
Yeah, no, you always think these teams might keep the momentum. They get these huge hitting games at the start, but, it does sort of pave way for these other teams to sort of catch their way up. But, our predictions might be cast aside. MDY, Vegas, X and Y on top at the moment. But let's find out now, guys. Let's head over for game number 2. We're back on Stormpoint.
All right, back into it. And obviously that conversation, it's still early days, right? Like, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Great start for a couple of teams, but still a lot of time for most teams to catch up here. And, when we're looking at the history of APAC South, outside of those couple of instances where one team has really, really dominated in the vein of maybe someone like Moist, most of these match point format days have gone, I think, quite the distance usually.
Yeah, we usually end up somewhere around maybe 7 or 8 matches. I think we had, was it last split? It was a little longer than that. Having
10.
a look at the map, we're also heading up north this time. So, will this one actually pull to checkpoint, or will it go somewhere on the other side of it? That's going to be interesting to keep an eye on. Obviously, we have had some changes to the zone algorithm lately, more so in trying to make it a little bit more even which quadrant the zone will pull to out of the 4. It doesn't necessarily mean that we're, seeing less of, let's say the skyhook zones or whatever it is. Like, within those regions, you can get it pulling sort of the same sort of ways, but overall, at least, it is making it a bit fairer for all teams.
So wait, what you're saying basically is there's just a little bit more likelihood that we're going to get, say, an east zone as a west zone, as opposed to a north zone, as opposed to a south zone, as an initial zone 1 pull, rather than going in the same sort of like northeast kind of time and time again.
Yeah, exactly. So game to game, it should be like that. But obviously, once it decides which quadrant it's going in, from then on.
Same, yeah.
Okay,
I get it. Fair enough.
We'll see.
cWarMonster FireBird did just lose a player as well to start that round off, so getting a little bit cooked actually on that rotation in maybe around where VKG are right now. Remarkable team have gotten into that mix, and cWarMonster FireBird are obviously still sticking around because, well, they're thinking about recovering the banner, which is kind of in the thick of this fight. Remarkable team are out of dodge ASAP. But VKG also worse for wear, though they've very quickly been able to grab 951's banner. And I just say they're going to want to try and get that res as quickly as possible. Maybe just at the bottom of the wall on the outside respawn beacon, which is exactly where they're going to be headed. So perhaps no harm, no foul to come from that early engagement, at least as far as VK Gaming is concerned.
Yeah, both teams potentially going to get away with that and get the respawn. SWQ, they were in the vicinity, but just like not able to finish off either duo. Oh, I'll just keep going into zone, and we've got Remarkable team in the buildings west of Cascades down here. This is a nice little spot to try and hold any teams who are trying to get into checkpoint via the tunnels. Oh, actually, no, they're going to head down into Cedo themselves. They just want to pick up that Evo Harvester and get themselves a little closer to purple. Perfect sense. So this is the state of play right now in checkpoint. Zone could well be pulling here. As you can see, actually, that kind of made it kind of look like Guild were in checkpoint, but yeah, as you can see, they're not. They're actually on the other side of the mountains there. Themselves quite far from purple, so they're gonna have to do a lot of damage and stay in this for a while if they want to improve that position, because there's I don't see them being able to get any more objectives throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah, just sitting inside that bunker. They've obviously got the Watson, so alternator pylon definitely helps, but we'll be hoping for a northern pull, and I don't know how likely it is that this is going to end up being a super hard northern pull. BK Gaming losing another member, and that was at the hands of Weibo, who they still haven't really slowed anything down all that much. Info gathering tool, obviously, with the crypto drone, not really seeing too much around them. Recognizing that that point ends up being one for free, doubling their tally from the first game there, which is nothing to really write home about just yet, as far as Weibo is normally being able to put up big games, and we're not quite at that position just yet, but early days. We'll give them another 2 or 3 matches before we start to question it.
Getting a look at the incredible array of team comps that we've got happening here today. Awesome to see. Is that 15%? The top picked composition was 15%. My lord.
Yep.
How we've longed for these days, Elfish.
Yeah. No changes from game 1 to game 2 either, so, I mean, obviously that makes sense. We'll maybe keep that one in mind going into the next game, which will be heading over to World's Edge. Whether that's going to change much up or not. I think it generally does. You know, you normally see like 2-3 teams maybe making a change based on map to map. Just checking in with VK Gaming again on the kill feed. They continue to lose members. So it looks like it's going to be a rough game for VKG, and those points are going into the back pocket of Weibo, which I'm happy about.
Sure, they've gotten quite a few fans after their split 1. Running the show down here in APAC South. It was short-lived, unfortunately, not really living up to those standards at LAN and falling short a little bit too here in split 2. Or do they? Or do they? Can they pull a Striders like from APAC North and essentially qualify from, you know, the brink of extinction here?
We've still got a lot of teams yet to even make a rotation in. I'm looking actually at Legends Gaming, who are still out by Lightning Rod. So they've gone up from the wall to sort of Zeus Station, Lightning Rod type area, and taking their sweet time about this rotation into the zone. Very much edge play. You can see there the one little purple word, Legend, in the top right corner. So they're not even on the map at the moment. That's how far away they are. EVOS Predator also coming quite slowly out of Cenote Cave, and X and Y doing the same out of Pylon.
Oh, no.
So it is taken a very, very slow game for some of these teams.
Yeah, well, VKG, the remaining member is trying to get into the wall to res. Oh, he might have actually pulled it off. I thought maybe Legends were going to pull in right on top of him there, but... Oh, I think they've actually spotted it. I think they're going to go back in and try and grab these VKG kills.
Maybe. We'll have to hold that thought for the moment, because Weibo are up to some shenanigans in the trenches. They'll rotate out of the Wraith portal. And Rolling Thunder getting tossed out in both directions as well, but no harm really to come of it. And actually, just to catch back up with Legends, it doesn't look like they've decided to go for the kills onto VKG. We did manage to get a res in the wall, and it was only a one-man res, so QQ not getting back in the game, unfortunately, for VKG. They're going to have to make it as a duo.
This is all happening to the south of checkpoint here. A couple of teams probably hoping that the zone's going to pull down here, because none of them have this information. Apart from cWarMonster FireBird, actually, who know that the teams south of them are going to have to keep going, so they might be looking for that one. But teams who are going to be a little closer to the action come Zone 4, Zone 5, like LGD Gaming.
Good shots out of that G7 Scout. Feiju. Nade. Doesn't look to have done too much damage. So, again, nothing really coming of those tags. Legends somehow flying over the top of like half the lobby and basically taking no damage at all. They've managed to get into the trenches. And they're going to put a bit of damage back down as well. Strafing needs to be careful he doesn't overcommit to this fight. But they certainly do need to carve out their place in the world, because they are really stuck between multiple teams. They're on the corner between Weibo Gaming and SaWeiQi, so both teams kind of having a bit of a look in at Legends at the moment. You can see the predicament that they're in. Doesn't really look like a position that they're going to want to hold into for too long, but I don't know what other option they've really got.
I mean, it is holdable with Watson, as long as you get enough. But yeah, you can see teams down the south end here now starting to really crowd into this and try and make their way up into checkpoint. EVOS Predator being held out by a remarkable team, but then they're getting looked at by Geekay. There's so many teams down the bottom, but just as many Aussie tension problems over here in the trenches as well. So yeah, it was a late beacon scan there from Legends to try and push their way in. But as you can see, it's a tough spot here with teams like Weibo just putting pressure on and using that Wraith portal to just jockey back and forth as they knock player K again.
Yeah, EMP comes out to try to provide a bit of space. Weibo are not going to slow things down at all. They want to keep going forward, and they certainly will be doing so. L-Star in hand for Jackie Chan. And Legends eliminated early again. Certainly hasn't been their day so far, but maybe a shift over to World's Edge with the first pick of Skyhook West will change their fortunes.
I mean, it was a good spot that they picked to come in, but it was just extremely hard to hold. And as you can see, the pressure from both SaWeiQi, who I think got in there just a little bit earlier than them, and Weibo, who were, you know, willing to just use those ultimates to pressure them, was too much for them to stabilize and to handle.
Yeah, Weibo continuing to play that fight-heavy style. And the Wraith really facilitating that. You could see how it worked out for them there. On the topic of SaWeiQi, they're also trying to be a little active right now. Maybe a little bit too active, as Donut's going to go low. Chase into the bunker is going to happen, but that might have been an overcommitment. Let's see. It is SaWeiQi up against Weibo, and indeed was a bit of an overstep from Weibo. So their run comes to an end quite unfortunately. Again, quite early.
Grape Soda there. Fussy once again being the last man to hit the ground here. That was at the behest of Final Dream, who should be able to just walk in here ahead of SaWeiQi. Teams in the buildings, though, only one of these buildings is in, and it's the one that Kill Devil is in right at the end there. So BearClaw looking to make their way in. They get on top of it, that's fine too. Not many other teams in this area, actually.
Kill Devil knocking it down for the moment. Obviously, they're going to be getting pressured pretty substantially. It is BearClaw Gaming outside. Got to listen in with BearClaw, see how they take this fight.
Mommy, splash! Inside! On ping, batting! On ping, batting!
Another one inside. I'm cracking another one inside.
Climbing up!
Fight the guy inside.
He died! One died! This is solo, it's a solo!
What's down? One!
Res me! You can't! This guy's here. I'm dead.
I need a midi.
Just sit inside the building, I'm gonna die, okay? I'm dead to this node.
It's only one guy. Can we look for... Heck, can you play some Moby? Yeah, I'm placing.
Maybe. They might push you.
Can we run up checkpoint? Yeah, we can. Fuck, we didn't have banner. We have no smokes.
What?
Oh, okay, a tough one there for BCG, getting chased out by FD and straight into the waiting arms of cWarMonster. FireBird with the devotion. There we go. Yeah. Not much.
That's rough.
Longer for them. And now, yeah, look, Final Dream though. Getting the crypto scan onto cWarMonster. FireBird. And Fuses just whacking away at each other, trying to keep each other at bay. They've got 50 seconds to sort this out. So it should be time to just wait out these ultimates, but...
Well, not too many connections coming through here from cWarMonster FireBird, despite all of the spam. And actually, Casey's been knocked. So this could get a little bit awkward. DreamFire's kind of floating around the backside of this, by the way. I haven't really mentioned much about DreamFire so far in this second game, but out in 20th in game 1, but putting together a little bit of a better run here in game 2. Could start to pique our interest. Or pique our interest, if you want to do.
If you will. Okay, so, well, they've just, you can see it, they've just been keeping at each other all that entire time, and now they've kind of both left it a little too late, so those teams over on the east are going to have a fraught run in here. They're going to have to run teams like DreamFire, currently sitting at the bottom, only 2 points to their name. And this is going to be such a tough run through, especially when you've got Guild sitting in the bunker that is going to be looking out. They've got a bang ult. They're holding on to this. Every single team running out of checkpoint in the next, like, 10 seconds is going to have to worry about, unless, of course, they've saved the evac. Oh, no. He's hit the flower. 3 MZ. I think he's done for.
Maybe. That was a bit of a mishap. You could tell he realized, he recognized just last second. Okay, we've got maybe the rest of DreamFire deciding that they're going to just try and take this fight together, which is fair enough. I don't know, It works out. X and Y do get eliminated, but Zone is going to be pushing at their back, and they are certainly going to be under a bit of pressure. Guild is looking up the hill at the moment. So too, a couple of those down in the trenches. Yeah, DreamFire done and dusted at the hands of a flower. Can you believe it? Guild, though, on the other hand, sitting pretty.
Yeah, look, not to be confused with a flow from Las Vegas Inferno. Let's go into a listening now with Guild to see if they can get through from top 5 to top 1.
I don't really
64, one's up top. Here, these guys don't run at us.
Nope. Yeah. They probably will.
I have to go back. I can't loot those boxes. I got a bat. The only way they're gonna be able to run at us is over the top, okay?
Yeah.
We're just walking in, hugging left, okay?
That rock there is in.
Yeah, we need to play for that.
I'm not holding inside right now because it's
somebody there right now. They
It's
crossed in
smoked
front of
up.
us. They're running up. They're gonna fight someone.
I'm looking behind.
Yeah, we're gonna wipe this.
Yep.
Shoot our left. They're on the car.
Yeah, what's on the far right as well?
Chill. We walk up to your right. They're gonna.
Team on the right still.
Yeah, it's DF. It's DF.
Batting. DF died.
DF died. Yeah, different team.
Oh, it's a different team. Walk up to the stitch in front of us.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm smoking out left side.
We gotta walk it up slow right. I mean slow left. Find me.
Alright. One by himself. I'm batting.
Starting. Play slow.
Healing.
Scanning left. Bang, nearly cracked.
Bang.
Nade this if you have it.
Don't have it. No, this. Oh, these are being above them.
Above and up.
Cracked him.
60 flash.
Do you smoke midway?
Yep, doing it now.
Should be able to walk up.
Please swing left. Please swing hard left.
I'll put a gen down.
Nice, play the gen. Watch out back for DF.
Yeah, I'm batting.
They're swinging us.
Yep.
I got a bat.
Yeah, I can hold.
I'm cracked.
50, cracked one. Blood's cracked.
Follow me.
Dead. On the left corner.
I died.
4-3.
Right, well, that's the end of Guild Esports. Not at the hands of DreamFire as they thought it was, but certainly at the hands of SaWeiQi. We've got Heroez left remaining. And, who else is sitting in here? There's another team hanging around, but Heroez and SaWeiQi are certainly the two superpowers. It was Final Dream that was that third sort of party that unfortunately wasn't really invited, actually, to the party. It's just Heroez and SaWeiQi now. They're back to full strength, or for the most part. Heroez are at the full strength. Laheen does get taken back down by Donut. We're back into the 2-on-2. Yuling was out of the picture for quite a while. SaWeiQi might just be able to clutch something out as a duo. Kisan's last man standing. Donut 1 HP. Can't get it done. And Heroez will take game 2 of the regional finals.
Damn, that was a close one there. Those last couple of hemlock shots almost put SaWeiQi over the top, but it's Heroez trying to get through here and pick up that golden ticket, that first place win, and the ticket to Mannheim Lace.
I quite literally gasped there, Genome. That was such a tantalizing 1v1 there, and Heroez managed to take out the win. I was just literally holding on just because that last little pop shot there just managed to secure them the win. But yeah, what an epic feat from them. That was game number 2. That was filed away under. Incredible, Genome. What a great feat from all our stuff. You know, I was kind of keeping a close eye on MDY there. They managed to get themselves a few more points. I'm so excited to see, I guess, the leaderboard and how that's going. But a few teams that, you know, have shuffled their way up. Congratulations to Heroez, and then SaWeiQi also coming in very close there at second place. It was just epic gameplay there, Gino.
Very nice to see from SaWeiQi. I agree. They've been a force today. Not, managing to take out the win yet, but that's fine. It's match point finals. You want to save the win, right? That's got to be the game plan.
Yeah, like quite literally, they're just getting their way up this leaderboard. And if I've seen anything from SaWeiQi, we've always talked about them when it comes to sort of these, later matches. They just seem to really switch on and become incredibly smart in their plays, always creating such space for themselves, clearing, their backs whilst getting KP and just, getting that win. Quite literally, we've seen that from them throughout this split. So, getting second place is huge from them. And I just, I feel like they're going to be one of the teams to get a win and reach match point. I feel it. I just feel it in my bones, Genome.
Yeah, I think that's a fair feeling. Running away with, 14 points here for SaWeiQi. A couple of big teams out on the top, though, there. Heroez picking up 21. That's very solid, especially when you consider... I guess they got 3k damage done overall, but, yeah, you can see a lot of that off the back of Kissan's. Fuse definitely still pickable. A lot of teams have been shifting away from him this week, but we've had... I think we had several examples in that game of how much pressure that one singular character can put out.
Yeah, and I must touch on, this has been the first time I have ever seen such different, character selection, Genome. We're so used to seeing such a, meta that's like across all teams. We've had sort of not jokes about Vantage coming into the meta or even, more Watson picks, etc. But we're getting Pathfinders, we're getting Cryptos, we're getting Caustic still. Like, this has been insane, the way that everything has changed so much for these teams. And I guess, with so many different metas for each team, it's been kind of a little refreshing. And, it may make for teams to be a little bit more aggressive because they're sort of picking that Pathfinder and stuff like that. But, Heroez have moved up 12 spots. They've 24 points for them. They've taken over, tied with MDY, which is a huge game number 2. Vegas Inferno, dropping about 1 spot, but still very much in contention for that 50 points match point eligibility. So great from them. I guess another team that sort of swooped up is SaWeiQi. They moved up about 8 points, Genome. So it's huge changes only just in match number 2.
Yeah, indeed. There's so many teams there that need to have a really big game here, big game day to actually make it through. Because the delineation between 7th and 8th means that, to get to remove anyone who's already in the top 7 is a big ask. Teams like SaWeiQi have just had a solid effort so far this season. And yeah, they've given themselves a bit of a buffer.
Yeah, it's just been really refreshing to see them sort of pave the way and change a little bit. But, 12th in first place and coming out in second in just only our second match. We, of course, have no idea how many games we're going to play today, of course, because it's match point format. And if you don't know what that is at home, well, you got to earn yourself 50 points. So any team that reaches 50, they will then need to get themselves a win right after that thresh point. So let's head over to a break, but we're going to give it over to Crazy Kong to take us through.
我们在第二赛段其实没有做出特别多的改变，延续了上赛段的风格。其实队伍内会有比较积极的沟通，才得到了这赛季的进化和成绩。我觉得新的跳点选择机制没有改变我们队伍的打法。我们队伍觉得新的跳点机制非常的好，让本身具有一定随机性的游戏变得更加有趣了，而不是像以前一样去固定思维去玩这个游戏。对于新版本的更新，我觉得会让阵容变得多样化吧，而不是一味的去选择班加多尔或者说巡血猎犬。我们应该会集体出去团建去庆祝，让更多的人感受到我们心里的喜悦和开心吧。
I may have tricked you. Whew. Glad I got that off my chest.
Tell Death I said hello.
I feel
And welcome back, everyone. You just witnessed Heroez take out the win in game number 2 with the draw-dropping 1v1 against SaWeiQi. That's getting themselves 24 points overall. So we're going to say that they're 26 points away from match point eligibility. Our teams need to get themselves 50 points today for match point and then get a win after that to take away the gold today. But what an epic game from Heroez, Gino.
Yeah, good maths there, Lace. It was a solid game from Heroez. Having a look at the comps that they've been running so far, they've been one of the teams picking up that Pathfinder, right? This legend that we just haven't seen in the longest time in an ALGS meta, and part of that comes from, I think, his new Zipline Zen ability, which means that your team is going faster down that zipline now, and it also gives them the damage reduction as you are making those rotations. So in these late game zones, I think rotations that previously would have only been achievable by perhaps Wraith, now you can get them off the back of the Pathfinder.
Yeah, and it's been super refreshing. We've always talked about having Pathfinder back into the games. We remember the days of the Watson, the Gibraltar, and the Pathy. But to have these sort of teams come back with this, also opens up a more aggressive play style, not only on top of like all the abilities that Pathfinder has. It's easy for this team to sort of maneuver their way, away from a fight and, be the ultimate rat if they need be, or push a squad, absolutely grapple into somebody and take them down. So it's going to be some, really, really fast-paced games that we're going to see today. Of course, we still have the Fuse in there as well, Genome Fuse, being able to be that recon as well as scanning. Not super surprised that Bangalore is still a bit of a pick at the moment. Obviously, with Bangalore now highlighting enemy plays in the smoke. I believe that's at a 20-meter range, though, so it still provides cover from far back, but, up in those smoke fights, it's so much easier to see them, so we don't see Bloodhound. But, let's just move on over. We just finished our games on Store Point for 2 matches. We're going to head over to World's Edge now. This is match number 3.
Yeah, indeed, it is World's Edge, of course, the change up, and for 4 teams, they're going to change their composition as well as Vegas Inferno, Guild Esports, LGD, and SaWeiQi changing things up just a little bit going into this map. But I think the big thing for me, Genome, that I'm looking for here is Legends. Can they change things up, right? They've got 4 points on the board so far today. They had the first choice of any POI on any map that they could have possibly wanted. They chose Skyhook West, so now is not the time for them to prove to us why that choice might have been made, because the game has unfortunately been ended. So we'll have to be taking a short moment to sort that one out. But that was the storyline that I wanted to lead into with that one. And I think maybe something we can talk about here anyway, Lace, because obviously for Legends, right? Like, we sort of had our questions. Why have they gone for this as their first POI pick? And this would have been the opportunity, or will be the opportunity for them to prove it, especially given how poorly the day has actually started for them.
Yeah, well, we were obviously talking about, Cedo Station being quite a, sought after POI, and Legends being able to choose first, but I guess picking the wall, watching them sort of, I'm dare saying they're trying to change things up in case they head over to LAN, because they have a one-way ticket. They are locked in for it. So that in case that they're on the main stage and they get, not their favorite POI, they're going to be learning how to sort of make their way and transition out of this space. So I guess I can see the reasoning behind it, but also knowing Legends Gaming, they will probably want to win again today. Even though they've got the ticket, we know that they've got the passion, the power, it's not a great start for them, Gino.
Well, I think the only other thing came to mind about why they might have changed POIs potentially. I mean, if you saw the draft pre-show, Droga just said it was straight trolling. So I don't know, that could be one reason. But the other one would be the Legend composition changes we've seen come through from Legends Gaming today, right? They're playing with advantage now. This is, completely breaking new ground for ALGS. So, you know, potentially that sort of playstyle works better from, you know, some different POIs there. So that's the only other thing I can think of. But yeah, honestly, you know, I think they'd have to get 19th or 20th, and Mkers have to come first for them to drop first place and not get the $20,000 for coming first place in Split 2 here. So, like, you know, they could have picked Cliffside and, like, Dome, and I honestly still think they would have been fine.
Just want to point out, Gino, they are in 19th place right now. So,
That's
like,
true.
it sounds unbelievable. But, mate, you know what? Mkers wins this next game. Legends goes out. We're off to the races, maybe.
Yeah, no, that's very true. You know, you kind of think, you know, they've got this in the bag, but you guess you kind of forget about the dollar signs behind it as well. You don't really want to drop out of that spot, but, you know, maybe they're just handing it over. But let's take a look at exactly like these legend picks, because we've been talking about how this meta has absolutely just been flipped on its head, which has been crazy. Still Bangalore out in front. You know, we're still going to see Bangalore be quite a chosen pick along with Watson. But, you know, Elfish, I want to go, you know, down to the bottom with these crazy picks. You know, Gino was just talking about Vantage. Do you have any reason why you feel Vantage might be, you know, back into meta or into meta for the first time?
I got to be honest with you, Lace, I have absolutely no idea, because the thing is, like, these teams all, you can come in with anything and have some kind of argument to be made for it. You know, we've got the Valkyrie in. It's like, why have we got a Valkyrie? Well, I don't know. Maybe these guys just like to rotate a little bit more, something like that. Why have we got a Newcastle? You'd have to talk to the team specifically about how they want to be making those compositions work and what kind of comfort they have and what kind of playstyle they want to bring to the table, right? It is just something to do with what they are feeling is good on the day and what they're feeling comfortable with. One thing that I wanted to actually point out coming into this, and it's not reflected on this graphic, but it will be if we were to look at it going into the next game. We've got the 40 out of 40 picks so far for the Bangalore today. That's actually going to change up going into World's Edge, assuming we get the same picks coming through to the next lobby, because SWQ are the first team that have not chosen a Bangalore. They've gone Crypto, Watson, Wraith for this next game. At least that was the intention that they had. So, you know, we may see 59 out of 60 for the Bangalore picks going into the next game. So that'll be an interesting one. I think that's the first time we haven't had a Bangalore, basically,
yeah, that's
all
very
season.
true. Now, I do want to say that I was sort of ducking around Designful from DSG, and I was sort of going, Vantage, what's the pick? So this has just come to mind. And he said it's to create a little bit of space for themselves, because he said point blank, I want to pop someone right in the face when they run up to me. So that was the reason behind Designful picking Vantage, just to be able to get that epic damage that, you know, Vantage's ultimate ability has, Genome. So I don't know if you could sort of take us through maybe a little bit more in depth as to why you feel teams are picking, you know, Vantage.
Well, essentially, okay, so we're starting with the umbrella of the recon heroes, right? They want to be able to hit the survey beacons, so you've got a couple of choices, right? You can go with Bloodhound. Not so great anymore. The threat vision doesn't penetrate Bangle or Smoke. What's the point? You're really relying on the scans. If you're relying on the scans, why not just go for Seer? That's why you're seeing a lot of teams pick up that character now. Vantage offers a couple of good things here. Not so much, honestly, like on on the upgrade sides. It's really the base kit for Vantage. I mean, they're having Ringmaster of, you know, that kind of puts her in the same consideration as Fuse, in that all of a sudden it doesn't matter where you go on the map, you can get ring console scans, you can get survey beacon scans, and that allows you more Evo and more information if you're a team who's rotating in a little bit later. But it's also that base kit where, you know, you've got the sniper as her ultimate there, and it actually amps up the damage from your team, right? It's one of those, like, cute little things that we don't really talk about a lot, because, you know, obviously she hasn't been on ALGS before, but 15% extra damage for, I think it's 10 seconds after she hits someone with the sniper's mark, as well as getting that info about how many members of their team are up and what color armor they've got as well. So there's just a lot of information and advantage, and it's really good for anchor players, which is why even on Legends Gaming, you're seeing Player K, for like the first time ever, give the Watson over to Easy Flash.
Easy Flash. I didn't even see Easy Flash is, generally the one that's sort of running around and, taking down whatever's left of a team. So that's actually quite exciting to hear. I guess, all these teams sort of come in and want to change things a little bit. But, in regional finals, it's kind of crazy when they utilize all the different characters and then, absolutely just do crazy stuff with it. So, it's I guess, Elfish, it's kind of nice to see teams take different metas and different characters, but it's still, I still feel like teams are trying to figure it out because we've got some Newcastles in there as well, against, getting a few Seers and a few Cryptos. But we're going to take ourselves over to the World's Edge Beacon. So we're going to see exactly where our teams have selected. We have been talking about Legends Gaming and their pick on Storm Point, where they chose the wall, where they could take Cedo, but they took Skyhook West Genome, so that is their first chosen POI.
Well, they certainly didn't get the points on Storm Point, did they? So we really have to hope that Legends' first pick of Skyhook West here works out for them. It has not typically, actually, throughout the split 2 here for APAC South, but that's because a lot of different teams have been picking it, and I think this split, if anything, has said that it really is more about your team than it necessarily is about a POI.
Yeah, and I also want to have a look at Grape Soda. They, I think, managed to have Zeus Station on Storm Point, and they get Siphon West on World's Edge Elfish. I feel, and like looking at their draft picks, I think they've got it pretty good.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, the one team that was really interesting, obviously, was Geekay getting Big Mord, and it's like, that's not too shabby as literally the last pick that you could possibly have had. I don't know. I guess we'll have to sort of see how things do shape up here, but for me, I feel like most teams have actually ended up pretty happy with how things have played out. I think this draft system has actually been a great success, honestly. Like, I wasn't too sure about it, to be honest with you. I was a bit like, oh, this doesn't really line up too nicely for me. But I like this from the production. Let's see what we get. Is it going to be 19 Bangalore picks? It is. Surely not the 20th.
This is live happening right now, I think, as the pick in Game 3 is going on. So, yeah, it looks like they have stuck with it again. I mean, it wasn't quite 100%. I went back and had a look. I think it was something like 95+% for Bangalore. So yeah, it's just been ridiculously popular so far this split.
Yeah, we've only got the one Vantage in there now. That's definitely maybe a sawed-off character on I guess, Storm Point, but, not so much on World's Edge. We've got 2 Wraith picks as well, so I'm going to be very excited to see that one unfold. But let's take it away. This is finally game number 3, everybody. Thank you for being so patient, and we'll join you over on World's Edge. Let's take it away.
Okay, let's get going once again, and I'll pose that same question to Legends. Can they manage to turn their day around and prove to us why exactly they have gone to Skyhook West as the first pick of any point of interest on any map? Well, this will be the game to do it in, because teams, they're not quite at that position where it's like getting really dangerous, but, one big game for Heroez or MDY or even Vegas Inferno or X and Y might be able to get them actually over that match point threshold of 50 points if they were to perhaps find themselves like a 20 kill win here.
Yep, one big game. It's always it's always a talking point, isn't it? It's always possible. And having a look at where that circle is pulling, we're going north. We're going somewhere. I'm going to guess somewhere around Survey Camp, actually, from this one. I mean, we're getting a lot of, sort of debate circles from World's Edge. Maybe it pulls back down to Grandma's house there with the survey beacon on it. But I guess we'll just have to see. So fun to see all the variety in our legend picks across the board there. And just to touch on 2 of those points about the draft, the POI draft that we were looking at before, Elfish. The reason Grape Soda managed to get Siphon, and I think it was in something like the 36th pick overall, was that they had threatened to contest. And obviously, we did see them contest this earlier in the split and do very, very well. So, it's still one of those tactics that you can have in your bag if you're willing to just throw it all down against any and all comers. And that's worked out very well in terms of Grape Soda's draft here. And the other one was around that Big Max, Big Mord and Stacks interaction.
Big Max, I like that. That's actually a good shout.
Yeah, look, maybe my stomach's talking instead of, you know, the rest of me right now. But Mkers have made their way from stacked. They've negative rotated down to Dome to pick up some extra Evo down there. And actually, Evo's Predators are flying in on top of them. So who knows? We could get a very early fight very far away from the ring right now.
That is wild. I was just about to mention that because I'm looking at the map as well, and I've seen Evo's Predator heading directly at them. I don't know. We'll talk about that if we get that on the main feed. But that does seem to be a fight that's kind of brewing down in the Dome. In the meanwhile, a lot of teams obviously rotating their way up in towards Survey Camp, which is where the next couple of rings are going to be headed. cWarMonster, FireBird, one of those teams with the info early. And so they'll be on that rotation pretty quick smart as well. But they've been bitten to the punch by MDY, by SaWeiQi, Vegas Inferno, have all kind of made that rotation into Survey Camp a little faster. So they're set up inside the buildings. And now cWarMonster, FireBird don't really have anywhere to actually go and like lock themselves down into. So they're sort of milling around outside the buildings and getting a little bit concerned about some shots coming through, perhaps from Heroez who are in the train tracks. And so cWarMonster, FireBird just going to back off in the meanwhile.
Well, there's 2 buildings free, but they've got no Pathfinder. They've got no evac towers. So it's like, how do you get there? Can you safely rotate into one of those? And they decide to go backwards, actually. And looks like they will be sitting just outside the train tunnels there. And even further north, these teams potentially banking on it being, you know, I call it a pretty old school circle if it does end up pulling towards the northern respawn beacon. And quite a few teams playing up from here. So you can see Heroez playing at the tunnel, and then you've got Guild looking over at BearClaw Gaming, sitting above the train track. So this is an important position to fight for.
MDY is out.
Yeah, I think it was only the 1 member left alive in the caravan in the middle of Survey Camp. So looks like Morgenstern has gone down as well.
That was a turn of events that we might not have expected, given how well MDY have started the lobby. Oh, sorry, not the lobby, but this particular day. This game didn't go very well for them, it has to be said. But again, most teams will be happy to see MDY going out early because it's just one less team that might be able to threaten match point a game earlier or a couple of games earlier. It's kind of important to be keeping that in mind. Even more so for these teams today than in any other particular day. You kind of do need to be looking at who's actually in a position to maybe go to match point. And obviously, then once they get there, you have to be aware of that as well. So, can be a lot of mental gymnastics having to go on throughout the day. LGD, not one of those teams that's nearby at the moment. 4 points only for the day so far. It really hasn't come together for these guys. Getting stuck in some awkward fights. But they'd be hoping that World's Edge is going to bring a little bit of a wind of change with it.
Yeah, LGD taking Goldie on top of the hill. I don't know how long that'll sort them for. You can see they're getting the call-outs there on the banners on World's Edge to tell them how many teams nearby. Crypto perks, not something that we've had to, you know, think about a lot or chat about a lot previously, but they are coming into their own here in the regional finals.
A bit of a slower game on World's Edge than what we've been seeing on Storm Point so far. Maybe not quite as egregious of a circle pull. There's a lot of space still available. Weibo taking their time in Fragment. And Geekay doing the same around Epicenter. One thing that also kind of interests me, of course, is Legends are still just chilling in Skyhook West. Keep up to date with how they're going, of course, as the day goes on.
Yep, definitely playing slow. And I think so far they've struggled because of something that we, you know, we heard Yanley's mention in that interview, Elfish, which was that teams are going to play harder. They're going to play safer. They're going to play smarter during regional finals. There's more on the line here, and it changes the way that these lobbies function. And so Legends going for this late rotate style here. As you see, DreamFire waiting. Ooh. Oh, the pre-fire. Even getting the Watson fences set up. I think that's a cursed portal coming out there from probably Weibo.
Weibo or SaWeiQi are the only teams that have the Wraith. SaWeiQi are
Yeah, no,
also
you're right.
in the survey camp. So yeah, I was going to say, it might have been SaWeiQi in the end. Weibo still haven't really quite made their way out of Fragment just yet. But either way, nothing really to come off that engagement. Final Dream now trying to make their way in, and they are going to run into LGD, though it's a sort of a three-way split here from LGD. They've already lost Mingyue as well, so LGD actually going to have to hightail it. Feiju going down the hill is being farmed and surely just going to be picked up right here, but aimbot maybe not living up to the name. Hasn't quite managed to get that knock, though. Feiju will still go down. And so that is pretty much curtains for LGD now, as they are down to a solo. And outside of the zone as well, so not a fun place to be.
Oh, it makes it a little bit easier when you got the drone following around, spotting him out as he's trying to get away. He's doing the recon for his team. Now, as the circle does pull even more north, now we're getting Heroez looking in on Legends. They come in from Skyhook East here. Obviously, Skyhook West, where they're playing from, Trials, is exactly the kind of POI that you want to stay and farm Evo for. So they come in on purples here against the mostly blues of Heroez.
Legends are being as patient as they possibly can.
Yeah, they don't want to wait too long, though. X and Y are on the backside here, and they've started chucking in some shots. The Nemesis now just tickling, strafing Flame. And they can't see the gen, so actually, JR's Fuse ult is wasted. Luckily, zapped away from the safety of the interception pylon there. But that does mean that time is potentially running out here from Legends as Heroes start moving up and putting pressure on them. They know they can't really move behind either, or they're going to get the crossfire.
Well, Guild have lost Empty in the meanwhile, down to just a duo, and that isn't going to last very long because Jesko's going to be dropped as well. Legacy is hightailing it, trying his best to survive, but as the sole member now remaining, it's not going to be an easy task. Legends, on the other hand, are going to turn their attention back around onto X and Y. Surely this is just not going to work out for Legends at the moment. Trying to hold strong behind that pylon, but they're being pushed by multiple teams. Smoke's down in their way, causing a bit of an issue, but we have a bit of a moment of respite. Let's have a listen in and see how Legends are feeling as this fight plays out.
Oh, just chill first. You need a gen. I can res. Gen in front of us, and then I can res. Okay.
Yeah.
Gen, I'm resing. I've got knock res. Can I stick? I'm sticking. They're not gonna push us. Just relax.
I'm shielding.
I'm shielding.
Alright, well, pretty doomed one for Legends, and unfortunately there was nothing they could really do there. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, and the first pick of Skyhook turns out to be a 0-point game.
I mean, Strafing Flame's confidence in himself and his calls is one of the strengths of him and this team, but you can see there, they're not going to push us. Unfortunately, it doesn't mesh with reality, and Heroes will finish that one off, and as you say, continue an awful streak as Legends gain here. Perhaps just don't have that urgency with the locked-in land spot here in regional finals.
Clean beams Loki, and that's going to be the end of Mkers as well. So, two of the top teams from the regular split out early here on World's Edge. DreamFire floating around there as well. I can see them getting active back and forth. You can see on the map there through the Wraith portal, but Zone's going to continue to pull it in onto survey camp. I don't know if do you kind of get the sense now? I wonder if this is fair to bring up at this point, because again, Legends obviously a fantastic team, but are they maybe in the same vein as Reignite, where they just dominate the regular split and then don't seem to come together in these regional finals?
Ooh, interesting. I genuinely do think they are, they're trying out some different stuff. It's probably more a factor of them limit testing and some other things. And it's a weird time to do it, but as we said, they've played so well throughout the regular season that they can afford to.
Fair enough. Well, Weibo can't really afford to be having many more bad games if they want to be staying in the hunt for a spot at land. Final Dream getting eliminated at the hands of Weibo. They haven't done a bad job of putting 1 or 2 points on the board per game, but they haven't really been missing out on those big games that we're used to seeing from them. And this may start to have the makings of one of those games. They're kind of starting to work their way through Epicenter, clearing out a couple of teams. Guild Esports in the meanwhile do get shafted, and that was more or less expected. It's been a bit of a tough run there for Legacy, who was the last man standing for quite a while.
Teams just following the ring as it moves in. Who's going to come out on top? Weibo already taking a loss now, and I think this one is going to go the way of Geekay.
Yeah. Not looking very good there for Weibo anymore. Geekay is another one of those teams that really it has to happen. Oh, there we go. Weibo done. It really has to happen in the most perfect way it possibly could, right? They have to win this lobby or they don't make it to land. They just don't have any possibility of making that catch up on points happen today. So they're sort of floating around. I think they were 7th or so there we saw on the scoreboard. So good game here, get into the match points. And you might be off to the races, but again, still sort of feels like early days here. Game 3, we're not really having anyone press towards 50 points just yet. Heroez is up on 28. And they're still alive in the northern side of the train tunnel, which is not a bad spot to be in at the moment, but next zone shift is going to push them out. So I don't imagine that we're really going to see them get another 22 points from here from this game.
I mean, that's a big ask from any game, really, isn't it? Yeah, with this going, it's actually south of the tracks here, so we will be seeing teams just trying to, you know, find their position. You know, they'll be... Hopefully they know their routes up those rocks. Like, often it's actually quite hard to jump up the rocks north of Survey Camp, but if you've played enough, if you've practiced enough, you know how to get on top quickly and safely without having to sacrifice too much time. Oh, shot. Yes, please. I'll take one of those.
Yeah, that was very nice indeed. Well, once the FireBird need every little bit of helping hand that they can get. Here's Heroez, that team that we were talking about, having to now start thinking about making their move. Were they to push out of here, they would have to go past X and Y, and then they'd also have cWarMonster FireBird on their south. So X and Y on the north, cWarMonster FireBird on their south, and then BK Gaming out to the east in the buildings. This is a gauntlet run if I've ever seen one from Heroez. I don't know how they're going to make this one work, but Lahim trying to go forward inside of those smokes. The coverage of the smokes is good enough for now to keep them alive, and X and Y are just copying shots from everywhere. Maybe their smokes have started to fade. This is the opportunity for Heroez. They get rid of X and Y, they take their position away, but that may be out of the frying pan into the fire, so to speak, as it is the end of Heroez as well. Has to be said though, nice to gain another 1 or 2 points out of a very sticky situation. So life gives you lemons, you make lemonade, and you do the best you can. cWarMonster FireBird also trying to do the same. And a res here would perhaps be wishful thinking.
I mean, they're sitting in #1 spot overall. You can see that Las Vegas Inferno, with a couple of consistent games, are now threatening to overtake them. That said, they're not in the best spot. They are the furthest from this final circle of anyone left in the lobby. Talking about gauntlets, Las Vegas Inferno are about to have to run theirs. That said, they might have an opening. Kill Devil in a fantastic... They're the ones in God spot up here, just firing down upon everyone. And maybe if they turn their sights onto, say, VKG and help out a team like Las Vegas Inferno, if they can grab that crossfire, that will allow them a path into that final circle. But Kill Devil are just doing their best right now to make sure everyone else is feeling under pressure on the walk-in.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. Las Vegas Inferno are going to have to really make this timing a good one. And actually, I really don't mind that. The fact that all 3 of them have made it across that zipline is an absolute miracle as far as I'm concerned. But they make it, so that's one step of the way. Still got a little bit further to push their way in, but at least they have some cover to play around now. They've been able to find that reset, and they can actually kind of take the fight. Oh, Killerpulse has gone straight into the thick of things right there, and I think he's just been picked up straight away. So SWQ, a little bit worse for wear at the moment. Geekay down to Yukoi.
Oh my God.
It is getting very messy around the backside of this building.
Everyone apart from BCG and Kill Devil about to be involved in this fight. DreamFire, they seemingly went into this with no hesitation. Perhaps a little bit more confidence than they deserved, but they're trying their best here to whittle down the teams.
No Name just going to try and pick up a couple of extra points on the back end there, confirming the kills that he's gotten. Ducked down behind that shield, and maybe with this 1v1, it's getting very close. The 30-30 comes out, gets the job done. DreamFire might just have enough time to find those 2 revives while all the other shenanigans are happening outside. Everyone's a little bit too busy to focus in on DreamFire and come in for that third party. I think they might actually make it. Yeah, they've got all 3 up.
The reset from DreamFire is insane, but meanwhile, the fight for Godspot has been going on, and BK Gaming with a massive shield advantage. Reds over blues at the start of that one will not come out on top, so Kill Devil leverage their position to the absolute maximum here and will grab the resets. Gold Knox coming out of the boxes here to help them get on even faster, and as you say, a couple of other squads, including DreamFire now, making their way towards them.
No Name is farming at the moment. I'm surprised no one pushed Kill Devil there. They were also able to get that full reset. There's 3 players back up. Las Vegas Inferno sitting in the center of the zone, trying to sort of hunker down. DreamFire is the only one that's really trying to force the issue at the moment. You can tell why. Look at these shots coming through. 3MZ get some good ones, but Pete down as well. It is now just 3MZ, and he is done. DreamFire out. Kill Devil remaining alongside BearClaw Gaming. Yeah, but BearClaw are down to 2 members, so this should be a pretty straightforward one for Kill Devil. Over the top, EVA 8, it is crunching away at that last player, and Kill Devil will take match number 3. Still, as of yet, no one hitting that match point eligibility, but maybe next game. We're kind of getting close.
Wow, what an epic game. Number 3. That was absolutely exciting. I'm literally on the edge of my seat there for DreamFire. That is crazy. What an epic fight they had against SaWeiQi and then managed to get a reset there. I really feel like they are back, baby. They want to take to the stage. They want to make it again in the sights of everybody. So, you know, that was a huge game from them. Obviously, they got to sort of creep their way up the leaderboard. But, you know, they had such passion in game number 3. So, you know, it's really awesome to see DreamFire hone in and be able to be, you know, one of those teams to fight for the top. But of course, we can't take that away from Kill Devil, who just took out the win in that game. What a goddamn match 3. But Elfish, take us through this section here. This was a big hold-on fight for Legends Gaming.
Yeah, big old mess really for Legends. Like, they just kind of got themselves stuck in that corner, didn't they? And there wasn't...
Yeah.
Like, the problem with that position for them at that time was that they don't have any ability to play proactively, right? Like, they don't get to choose at all how that fight plays out. They really are at the mercy of, does one team push us, does the other team push us, or do they both push us? And if they both push us, we're ultra screwed. If one team pushes us and then the other team pushes us, we're probably screwed. If neither team pushes us, we still can't do anything, because as soon as we leave this corner, we die. So there's no good choice there, unfortunately, for them, apart from maybe not be in that corner to begin with. But, you know, that's obviously not really, like, that's not the answer to the equation there, unfortunately, for them. So, yeah, a little bit stuck, and didn't really come together for them. So, 4 points for the day for Legends, and they're now sitting in 20th. So, you know, maybe that funny world where Mkers takes the win and Legends takes a 19 or 20 is potentially a reality. The only issue, of course, with that is Mkers is also not having a great day. They're actually in 15th right now, so it's yeah, a bit of a rough run actually for our top 2 teams of the regular split.
Yeah, and I feel like this generally happens. This happened in Split 1. You know, some of our top hitting teams sort of shaking in their boots a little bit, or getting a little bit complacent and just, you know, going, yeah, we might have this. Paves the way for, you know, the likes of Kill Devil to sort of reach their way to the top. But you know what? They get 6 kills for them and a win. Moves them up about 6 places, I think. So they're going, you know, a little bit closer to the top there. Of course, we still probably don't have anyone on, you know, match point just yet. It's only been 3 games, but BearClaw are coming to play as well with 2nd place and 9 kills. That's huge from them. But I'm gonna go over DreamFire. They just had such an epic game there. I was literally just shaking in my seat. It was so exciting. To see them sort of move up. It would have been about 7 places, so 18 points for them. But Vegas Inferno still take over the lead of Heroez with 33 points. Elfish, of course, we're not there yet at the 50, but they are very much on their way.
Yeah, really getting quite a number of teams close to that match point eligibility. You know, it's within 1 game distance now for probably the top 5-6 teams, right? Like, okay, let's just say 6, because MDY, 24 points, like you can potentially go for 26 in one game and have that be considered a good game. Yeah, it's definitely a good game, but it's not like a huge game. So it's definitely becoming more and more likely, though I'd say the odds are still maybe a bit of an outside chance that we get it done in 4 for at least for the match point eligibility. I think we're probably more so looking at 5, with perhaps the 6th game being the first one where someone can potentially finish things off. It's been quite a even lobby, if that makes sense, right? Like, it's been very spread. There hasn't been one team or 2 teams that have really felt like they've dominated. It has been a bit shared around, you know, so you'll kind of tend to see that reflected obviously on the scoreboard, in the sense that there's no one team that's up at, like, you know, 45 points right now and then everyone else is on like 25. We've actually got quite an even spread, 33 all the way down to 24 for the first 6 teams. So it's only 9 points gap between 6 teams. It is being quite evenly spread across the bunch of teams.
Yeah, like, you know, I'm still a little bit shocked. Legends Gaming on the bottom. Usually they're at the tippity top. But, you know, like we've said, they've got themselves a ticket through to LAN anyway. So I feel like they're trying something maybe a little bit new going into this. It's not really working out for them. So maybe revert back to the original Legends Gaming triumphs. But you know what? Seeing, I guess, even Weibo, you know, Elfish, we were talking about them. Sitting at they've got about 12 points, so I don't know how you're sort of feeling about that, Elfish, but you know, there's still time will tell. We're going to take ourselves a short little break, though. We're going to head over and show you a little bit of a scouting report, so check it out and we'll be back soon.
对比上赛季，我觉得这赛季我做的提升应该是对战场和队友的一些放心程度或者是相信，就是有更高的提升，还有对自己的一些战斗想法有更好的把握，这是我对比上赛季的提升。因为我们3个相当于就是一个从最开始到现在一起携手走过来的，我们3个人对彼此都有一种放心程度，然后也只是怎么说呢，能一起走到今天这样的话，我觉得应该就是我们3个人的可能就是怎么说呢，打得舒服吧。我们3个怎么说，就是我们3个人相当于打得比较舒服一点，所以换队友这个东西，一是舒服，二是觉得感觉，因为我们玩得很好，所以我不知道怎么说，你懂吗？但是意思是大概这2个意思。我觉得狗子的改变对于现在的 meta 就相当于是一个大换血，但是怎么说呢，还是我觉得一些个人理解非常强的玩家还是能掏出自己想要的一些，就我觉得没有什么太大的改变，就是还是烟味加一个碳圈味，再加一个信息味。我觉得最近这2个 meta 它一直都是这个阵容，就没什么太大改变，就是改变只是传奇。我想我会请我的队员们吃顿饭吧。
Welcome back, everyone. The passion is real here in APAC-South as we are in the regional finals. That was only game number 3. Are we going to get 6 games, Elfish? Maybe 7? Potentially 12? Who knows? I guess it's still... Nobody has reached the 50-point threshold, but we do have Vegas Inferno itching a little bit closer there at 33 points with Heroez just trailing behind at about 30, Elfish. So, you know, are we going to see maybe a potential win from Vegas Inferno? I think they would only need, 17 points, so that's a win and a bit of KP there just to get that threshold, or, you know, we might even see Legends Gaming bring it back.
Man, you're really on this Legends Gaming hype train, aren't you?
I am so passionate about them getting a win, Elfish.
I don't blame you.
Legends Gaming.
They are, but they're also only on 4 points today, so...
Yes.
Something's not really coming together, that's for sure. Either way, yeah, look, I mean, this game could be the one that puts us over the line. It would really have to be more than likely Vegas, Inferno, or Heroez probably to do that. Kill Devil down to MDY, a little bit more of an outside shot, but still perhaps in the discussion if they have a big game. And further on from there, I don't know. I don't think that, you know, SaWeiQi is really going to have enough to be able to get 31 points. That's, yeah, you really... I don't know, maybe DreamFire could do it. I'll give DreamFire like a 1%er. But yeah, look, you know, to answer your question, are we going to get 6 games? I think at this point, it's pretty safe to say we will get, well, I mean, we're always going to get 6 games, I guess, but the context being, are we going to get 6 games where it actually matters? Well, yes, I think we're probably going to get to that point where on that 6th game, we haven't actually found a winner yet. Up to 12, maybe that's a bit more of a stretch of the imagination. But the way things are going today, like, this feels kind of slow in the sense that we've spread the points quite across the board. So it's not as if there's like one team where you're like, oh yeah, they're definitely going to be like match point eligible next game. They're going to have a couple of cracks at it before anyone else gets to match point. It really does feel like we're probably going to get to like game 6, and then there's going to be like 3 or 4 teams every game from there on that actually get onto match point, rather than like 1 by 1 by 1 by 1, which you do sometimes tend to see in these match point lobbies. So overall, yeah, still early days. It kind of feels like we're probably in for the long haul tonight, I would say.
Yeah, well, if we go off anything of, it was a split 1, you know, we had, I think it was about 7 or 8 teams match point eligible, and then I believe it was Serenity that came in to add more to that, so it carried on to another game, and I think we had about 10 or 11 games, so
11
you're very,
teams.
yeah, you're very true, you know, it could be anyone's way, but as we take a look at some stats here, bring it back to Pathfinder is Lahim, and doing a good job of it as well, but that's not without to say Newcastle, you know, being picked up here as well. Elfish by Vegas Inferno, who are at the tippity top. Are they thinking about something that we don't know?
Look, honestly, I don't think that Newcastle's a bad choice when it comes to these match point formats, right? Because in a lot of cases, you know, you may, if you are Las Vegas Inferno here, get to 50 points and you're on that match point eligibility, you know, you can sometimes just get into a position which is just unplayable, right? Like, and there's nothing you can do about it, and Newcastle can really help you with that. And if that's the difference between you just getting knocked out and being like, okay, well, we got kind of cooked by the circle luck there, and having a bit of portable cover and maybe having a bit more playable terrain as a result of that, and giving yourself a bit more of an opportunity to win that game, then yeah, that's an option. But on the other side of that coin, you kind of have to recognize that if we're the only team picking Newcastle, and we're also the first team that's going to make it to match point eligibility, anytime anyone sees a Newcastle, they are going to kill us. Like, that is going to be their objective. There's no, oh, we should maybe think about maybe not fighting this team, this or that. It's like, well, we have to kill them, otherwise game's over, like day's over. So that's potentially something that might come into play when they do hit match point eligibility, but that'll be maybe not a conversation for another couple of hours or so.
Yeah, no, I feel like that's very true. You know, I guess we sort of forget about Newcastle having that res and sort of being able to move. You put a gold shield on that. It is quite hard to sort of get through the barrier. And what teams generally have to do is full send that team to eliminate it. So yes, you know, Newcastle's kind of out of play and not having a gun to prove it, but being able to back it up with a gold shield is just incredibly hard to take down. So, you know, they're cooking up something for us. So let's find out what our teams are cooking now. We're going to head back over to World's Edge. This is game number 4. Will Vegas Inferno get match point eligibility? Let's find out now.
17 points required of Las Vegas Inferno and 20 points for Heroez. Gets a little bit more from there. Grape Soda into Tree. Going to have a little bit of a fight. We talked about their early game contests, and here's another one.
The grape soda special. We've seen them do this before. You know, they take the the south siphon spawn, not the north one. And that, of course, means that if they want, they can just go straight to those buildings at the bottom of tree and push it straight at whoever's there. In this case, unfortunately for them, happens to be Remarkable Team.
Yes, and it is just Risk with a great shot. Excellent shot out of the Sentinel. He's dropped low key. So there is going to be at least a little bit of revenge. But starting to cop some damage now. And at this point, actually, these two remaining members of Grape Soda do actually have to finish this off so that they can get the revive now. So they're going to try and chase him down. They will find him inside of that smoke. And, well, it was a valiant attempt from Risk. It was a good shot. But it was not enough. And so Grape Soda do achieve what they set out to do. And they've got plenty of time to find that revive as well. So no dramas at all, really, as far as low key is going down.
And that, my friends, is why you pick up the Sentinel in the early game. One shot to the dome, it's all you need. Now, EVOS Predator, they're just across in launch site here. They just hit the survey beacon, by the way. So they know the Grape Soda have only just rocked back up into this. They've, you know, they would have scanned the two of them. And they've also pinged out the Evo Harvester here. So let's see if they want to take an early fight over towards Grape Soda. As you can see with the ring, looks like we are heading to Skyhook. Is that an advantage for Legends Gaming who start there, or is that a disadvantage for a team and a play style that seems to be a little bit more suited towards running, you know, long distances, taking that third ring scan, then making their way into the zone?
Yeah, it's a good point you make, because we do often see Legends being one of the teams that likes to rotate in a little bit later, slower than most other teams. They have that edge-heavy playstyle. So you would look at this and say, okay, well, maybe this is part of the reason why they've gone for Skyhook West, because we do get a lot of, honestly, a lot of pulls going to this position. I think on World's Edge, you know, for me, like, I don't know, I have no stats to back this up, no data, but like eye test-wise, this is a zone that we see, I feel like, at least once a day, often multiple times a day. So you do get that pull a lot. So maybe there's an argument to be made that, yeah, we would like to get that pull, but I don't know that I necessarily disagree that this plays against kind of their playstyle that they choose to run.
And why really wishing that the Crypto wasn't the one dead right now, so that he could just get the insta-res with the drone. But nonetheless, farming their own teammate for Evo, although it's like a joke. Oh my lordy! Some more lovely Havoc shots coming out of XX there. You know, quite knock someone off that balloon, but they almost get there.
BearClaw set up shop inside of Skyhook. Oh, SaWeiQi going to go down very quickly indeed. They just disappeared. Okay. Well, a few more points for BearClaw, who, to be fair, one of those teams that if they were to have a really big game here could actually get to 50. They've started it well with 3 points on the board to start it off and moved themselves up into third place overall. Either way, at this point in the day, any extra point is going to be appreciated, because how many times have we seen a team get to 49 and then win a game? I can think of at least 2 instances. There was one last season, and then there was the infamous Team Burger. Was it? They won twice in a row, and then they couldn't win. They won twice in a row to get to match point, and then they couldn't win for the rest of the day. That was a couple of years ago at this point in time. But yeah, every point matters, right? Because you just don't want to be that team that's stuck on 49, basically just kind of gate-kept for an entire game, where it's like, well, whatever points we get here beyond the first point literally are irrelevant. Not literally, because you can still get a bit of placement overall, but, you know, in the sense that you're wanting to chase first.
Yeah, no, that does suck. We'll definitely be keeping our eye, as usual, on all the teams who are pooping up, approaching that 50 points. And we'll see who makes it there first. Las Vegas Inferno. Been saying their name a lot today, and probably not a team that a lot of people would have guessed might make it to match point first. It'd certainly be a surprise inclusion if they got over the top. I mean, they're not far off the pace in terms of just being in the top 7, right? Like, even a first or a second, if they could secure that today, potentially enough to put them above, say, you know, DreamFire or Guild Esports, who are on the lower end of the top 7 currently. And Guild not having a great day so far. They're down in 13th spot overall so far.
You're not going to net them too many points. I mean, Las Vegas Inferno were 9th overall on the overall standings coming into today for the split. So, you know, I guess contrary to the belief that, you know, this is a team that you might not expect too much from, like, they actually had quite a consistent season. And what I was talking about earlier on when we were watching Stormpoint still, and I was sort of saying, like, this is not a team that you really see, like, massive games from, so I don't think they, like, build up that reputation in maybe the same way that, like, a Weibo or a DreamFire have done, even though they're also kind of inconsistent teams, but you kind of see them and you go, oh, they're a big threat, and, like, they are, but then again, maybe so is Vegas Inferno, but just in a different way. And actually, speaking of DreamFire, he's able to get that knock onto Yukoi. Geekay trying to make their rotate into Sky. Suffered a loss, but doesn't look like it's going to be confirmed, so we might, well, just see that res and no harm done.
Yeah, it's so hard to push between buildings in Skyhook, right? So as long as you get inside, you can see Killer Pause playing it safe and popping the bat before he does go for the res, but unless they found an angle through those windows, seems pretty unlikely. As you can see, most teams are very happily just chilling by the fire on the couch in their building, in their apartment in Skyhook. And then you've got a couple around the edges. Mkers, who, you know, sitting 17th overall today. They're actually my pick coming into this. They have not lived up to the hype thus far. Crypto is a weird choice considering their play style, but, you know, as we've seen, there's a lot of experimenting to be done right now.
And obviously a nice position to play from for exactly this reason. Very easy to get some free damage down. The only thing that you have to worry about when you're sitting on top of Skyhook is making sure that you have enough ammo later on in the game. Tends to be a pretty much impossible position to push once the team is already set up the top here, and Watson fences are going to make that even more difficult. Weibo trying to follow suit. Charge rifle just ain't what it used to be, you know? Bring it back, that's what I reckon.
Look, as a player who's played a lot of hit scan FPS over the years, yeah, not gonna lie, I kind of miss it.
Yep. Maybe Gugu missing it at this point as well. But no harm done really for Weibo, who are happy with the position that they found themselves in for this zone, but the day in general, maybe not quite so much. We're going to need one of those famous Weibo games to get them back in the conversation, which they are well and truly out of right now, and they say they're not really in the position to make it into the top 7 just naturally either, unless they substantially improve upon their lot in the next couple of games here. So could be Weibo, like, you know, a massive fall from grace from split 1 to split 2.
You know who else is not in the conversation?
There's probably a lot of teams.
I was going to say Alta, the legend. And I was just wondering, we've seen such a crazy, you know, array of team comps and everything right now. If they hadn't have made that change, considering all the cryptos we've seen come back into the lobby, if they hadn't have made that change, that means you get hit by your own EMPs while you're in the void, while you're taking her void passage, would we have actually seen some crypto Alta teams come out here in the finals? That's kind of fun to think about.
Who knows? We'll never get the answer to it. Makers, though, are potentially going to meet their Makers as well. It's, I don't know, what's not coming together today for the top 2 teams in the lobby, which would be Legends and Makers. And another really tough go of things here as ZWeiQi's going to be taken down. And you're running as a duo. Gilda floating around on the outskirts of this building, looking to cause some issues. I mean, look, Gilda have been having their issues as well.
I mean, it was a very late rotate from Makers, as we saw, and it was a weird time to do it. I mean, they've done it at a time where everyone else does not have to move. Not a single team in Skyhook has to move right now, so all of them are just going to have their crosshairs on anyone flying in because they've got nothing else to do. They're sitting in their buildings. So Makers made themselves a target with the timing of their rotation there.
Guess you reap what you sow. Next ring pull going to be available in a moment. Very much going to be a Skyhook circle. There's no doubt about that at this point in time. And so it's going to be, yeah, again, one of those sort of slower games where, yeah, we'll lose a couple of teams that may be making their rotation in a little bit too late. The likes of the SWQs that have already been taken down. But now that everyone's more or less set up inside of Skyhook, barring, you know, a couple of teams still on the outskirts, probably won't see that much fighting for the next couple of minutes or so. This next rotation could cause some issues, but there's definitely still going to be room around, right? There's like a lot of debris and lots of walls and stuff, and even if you're not inside of a building, there's a lot of little nooks and crannies that are going to be playable for teams that do have to push their way in. But it does get quite chaotic a little bit later on with zones like this, when inevitably, obviously, teams do have to start running into each other, but I'm not sure that's going to happen too much for the next couple of minutes. But at least here, X and Y are into an engagement against EVOS Predator. It's the early 1-for-1 trade, but Fanta 5th is very low indeed. Gaps gets taken down onto the ground as well, and so it has to come down to that one-man clutch, trying to get through it. Shield causing a couple of issues, but EVOS Predator do get eliminated anyway. And that is at the hands of X and Y, who clear out the countdown side of the zone and will be healthy enough to get both revives sorted out quite early on in the piece. So good little reset here available for X and Y, and some quality points on the board, up to 28 now.
And as is so often the case in those 1v1s, it really just comes down to who's got the knockdown shield available. Who can sit there and play from that position? Can you know, flush the other player out? Because, you know, just being able to crouch down there and, you know, fire a couple of shots off whenever you decide, it's just the difference between the two players in so many clutch situations.
Yep, you can maybe get a reload off as well, where you otherwise wouldn't. Those kinds of things. Bow check in hand. Love it. Okay. And not a bad spot to have one either. X and Y, they will just have enough room to play here for the next zone as well, by the way. So they've got still a minute and a half of respite. But inevitably they're going to have to move, and that'll be where the issues do probably start to arise. Actually on their way down at the moment. Heroes can't quite see them. There is a building in the way. That building that they're looking at, by the way, that Heroes are looking at right here, is occupied by a couple of teams. Weibo Gaming being one of them, and Final Dream the other. And that is also not a building that's inside of the next ring, so... Like we were talking about earlier, Gino, you know, a little bit of a slower early game, but this mid and late game are going to be chaos. X and Y are in that building now as well.
And in terms of who's actually in circle, you know, 5, circle 6, Guild and Mkers. That's the market and the buildings to the north of the market. Currently in the best spot. But yeah, with the 4 or 5 teams now stacking up on top of each other here. This one is about to get messy.
Really just waiting that 20 seconds for the zone to start to push. This is exactly what we're talking about. Look at it. Geekay, DreamFire, Grape Soda, BearClaw. They're going to all have to move, and then there's that massive congregation of Weibo, Final Dream, X and Y that will get a little bit messy as well. Weibo's going to try and get on the move early. Have to imagine that might be the Wraith pushing out to try to drop a portal. Heroes here. Oh, going to be causing some issues. No way. How is he still alive? Hang on a second. Heroes, they got to be careful on their backs. There's going to be teams coming through from that portal as well. Kisans is going to get the knock onto Gugu. So Heroes are remaining solid for the moment. Nobody else actually has taken the portal. X and Y are going to take the a little bit more standard route, just using their 2 feet. And they get across actually much healthier into the bottom floor. So this could be problems for Heroes. Weibo do get eliminated in the meanwhile there, so their fortunes are not going to turn around too much in game 4. But X and Y, they keep pushing the issue. And they're going to secure some more points as well, which is fantastic because they are getting closer and closer to match point eligibility.
LVI have barely touched the rest of the lobby at this point. You can see teams starting to just drop like flies. We're off to the races here. Couple left in the middle towards the Skyhook, but these buildings over towards the west seem to be the scene of the crime here as X and Y managed to pick up a couple of these kills. And look, honestly, the Bloodhound scans here coming in very handy to allow you to know, sound cues can be tough to read sometimes, so getting that exact information, whether they're above you, below you, can be extremely helpful. Legends finally seem to be picking up a few kills here, but are they good enough to take out X and Y? That's a big ask with the triple reds.
Yeah, the triple red's certainly going to be a big benefit for X and Y. They've actually managed to get that knock onto player K to equalize that, which was onto XD. X and Y, though, are really under the pump at the moment and just searching for an extra sort of point here or there. Oh, YC. More wisely holding his shots, but it's not going to matter. He's been chased down, and so X and Y do get eliminated. Another team denied the chance to get to match point off of this game, which was a bit of a stretch, it had to be said, for sure, but it was definitely doable. Now the last one, maybe that's in that conversation, is BearClaw Gaming. 18 points still required from them. It's a bit of a stretch.
Okay, wow, so Mkers doing a good job there, picking off a couple of stragglers who were heading up from the southern buildings towards the market area. But now on round close, we're going to be seeing a good 4 teams try and make their way. They made little mazes for themselves out of the Watson fences to try and get through here. Who's going to come out alive?
Well, BKG are looking pretty good to do it at the moment. I'm not so sure about BearClaw Gaming, who did lose Fenfu a little bit earlier on in the piece there. MDY pushing it onto... Oh, never mind. BK Gaming get eliminated, by the way. MDY were pushing in onto cWarMonster FireBird, and they've dealt with that one pretty accordingly, which I wonder... Has it given the time for MDY to get the res? No is the answer, and my goodness, BearClaw Gaming, LGD both out as well. And in the blink of an eye, we're down to 3 teams remaining. MDY with 14 points required. Do they have enough points left on offer to make it to 50? I'm not sure that they do. Even if they do win this, it would be another 6 points worth of kills. Anyway, let's not do maths on stream.
They can get there. The Guild Esports in the meantime, much better game from them. They've currently got 5 kills. So a really solid effort from those guys to start off with here. I wanted to start off with halfway through our series, or however long we are through it. They're coming back here, but Mkers have done even better. They've managed to clean up so many on the southern side, but I thought they'd have more space to themselves. The way this fight is shaken out in the end does kind of mean that I think they'll probably have cover for the longest time out of all 3 teams, but the fact that MDY now are back up to full members, being able to get that res off, extremely important in this final battle.
Patience a virtue at the moment. Don't want to be that first team to have to move. I'd say you're probably right about Mkers. They have a little bit more room to work with than the MDY or Guild position.
This focus of attention is very important there. That's delaying time that MDY can use their ultimates, which they do have banked up.
XX getting knocked and finished by the ArcStars now as well. That is definitely bad news in MDY. Yeah, they very quickly follow suit.
Wow.
Bit of a nothing fight really in the end there for MDY. Didn't really feel like they could do anything about that.
I mean, yeah, I give that all to MT, honestly, with the amazing timing on the Seer Tactical, just reducing their options.
What is this, a horror game? Just a guy appears out of the smoke and all of a sudden you're in a fight. MT gets that initial knock, Mkers down to just a couple. What has been a fantastic game might not quite eventuate unless they can get those trades back on in. Legacy will drop, Yesco will drop as well. MT's essentially going to have to do it solo now. This would be all 3 kills going the way of MT. Ziki is given time to pop the bat, so too is MT. And he's looking for him, trying to find a scan. But doesn't really have much agency in this position. Has to climb over the wall, which makes it difficult to take that fight. So another time to try and pop a bat, which will be secured by MT. But his time is running out. He has to go over the top and commit. It's a rough fight, but he will not quite be able to win it anyway. So Mkers will secure the victory after what was quite a solid game.
That was a really tough one. I mean, MT's final position there to play that was hard, but look, they made they made the most of it. Quite a few points there go towards Guild, but Mkers also creeping up.
Yeah, well, finally, Guild and Mkers, they're sort of joining the party, which is awesome to see. You know, Mkers with the second, aren't they, or even the overall leaderboard? So, you know, a great game from them, but nothing like a skyhook pull, guys. I absolutely love this zone. Everybody got to sit in a building, and we just got to watch the action unfold. Teams dropping like flies. It is, you know, I know we get a little bit bored with this zone, but I just find it to be the most exciting, you know, where every team has to find a position. And, you know, as we saw, I think it was Mkers, right? They sort of flew over everybody and got themselves into a position, if I'm not incorrect, their genome, and they seem to take the win.
No, that's a fair point, right? They actually lost a member grabbing that position. We were talking about how late they got in there. It was ill-fated in terms of the timing, but in the end, that more than paid off because that position was so useful, both in terms of the kills they managed to pick up through the mid game, but also allowing them the safest walk into the end game, which was, you know, thanks to MT dealing with the third last team there, means they just they walk out with the win. So honestly, big ups there for Mkers.
Yeah, well, this team, you know, they've got such cohesion, this team. Like, I don't even know how long Ziki Ages and Dexter have been playing together. I don't know if you've got the stats there, Genome, but, you know, they can definitely communicate their way through. But, you know, just having to hold this position by the wonderful Ziki here and, you know, a tough climb there, like you said, you know, for Guild. But nonetheless, that is still amazing for Guild to get that second place with 7 kills. That's going to bring them up into, you know, a much nicer position from the earlier matches today. But Mkers with a huge 9 kills and a win. That is also going to bring them into contention, you know, to try and get that match point eligibility. You know, still, I don't think we have anybody there yet, but MDY doing just another good game. They took out the win in, I believe it was our first match, and getting a 3rd place is huge from them, Genome.
It is big, and, you know, that's why they're on top. They're sitting on top of the mountain right now, but it's a small mountain. It's only a 36-point mountain. You know, as you said, still a little ways away from summiting the match point eligibility. And, you know, considering we were, I think it was 33 points was the target at the start of this game from Las Vegas Inferno, we've only added 4 points to that total. So it's actually extremely close up the top here. This has the makings of a very exciting regional finals.
Yeah, maybe I cursed them. I did say they could potentially get, you know, a win and some points and then get match point eligibility. Sorry, Vegas Inferno. My bad. But you still got a couple of games to go. But, you know, still holding, you know, a nice position there. But I love this, Elfish. I absolutely love it when teams are very close together because then it can be anybody's game when they finally reach those points. It's quite evenly spread as we've seen here. But, you know, Guild Esports, they moved up, was it 6 spots, Mkers 9 spots. So, you know, having these really heavy hitting teams coming to play.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually just having a bit of a look back at how this looks in comparison to last split finals. At this point in the day, 4 games done, we had teams that were, the highest couple of teams were at 41 points. So we're actually a little bit behind that as far as, you know, that 8 ball is concerned. But next game is where one team actually did manage to hit the match point eligibility. So Game 5, I think it'll probably happen here, right? 14 points for a couple of teams. That's not too far away. Someone's going to do it here, and then going into Game 6, we start to get going, I think.
Yeah, well, that's why we still got some more Apex action for you, but not without a short break. So we will see you right after it. Welcome back, everyone. If you're just joining us here, it is the regional finals in APAC-South. We're sending through 7 teams, and that's to the Split 2 playoffs. I guess we've yet to have a team reach the match point eligibility, but we just finished our game number 4 with Mkers taking out the victory, which gives them about 30 points. So we're still going to have a couple of games, Genome, just to find out if any team will get there. But we've got Heroez at 36. We've got MDY at 36. But yeah, everything is super close.
Yeah, I mean, you know, how many teams get 14 points in a game? Like 1, maybe 2 per game. So yeah, chances are we might not even have someone on match point by the next one.
That's exactly right. We might head into game number 5 and not have that, but let's take a look at some damage reports here and see exactly how our teams are performing. Not only are they doing extremely well and it's quite evenly matched, we love to see what each individual player is sort of dishing out here. Elfish, you know,
wow.
Look at this. A Vantage.
Wow.
That first time you've seen that?
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's one good argument to pick Vantage. These are not typically the players that you would say, oh yeah, these are the guys that I would expect to see on this damage chart, right? Like, these are not the big names that we commonly see. So you got to give a shout out to all 3 of them, and sort of backed up by how well their teams are currently performing, right? Like, it is kind of refreshing to see, honestly, that we have something a little bit different to sort of speak to. And I wonder if that's actually going to translate now into a potential win for any of these 3 teams. I mean, X and Y and VKG probably don't need to finish the day with the win. And to be honest, Las Vegas Inferno, the way things are going right now, it looks like they might actually make it based on overall placement, regardless of whether they win the day or not. But hey, getting the dub is going to be a nice way to seal the deal.
And not just 3 players that we don't usually see up there, but 3 legends that we're, you know, not necessarily used to seeing up there, and 3 different legends at that. So it's really cool to see, you know, the anchors, the Vantages managing to, you know, do that with the sniper's mark there, as well as the Fuse, who we know can pump that out with his abilities. But yeah, and the Watson as well. So, you know, it's not just like Bangalore, someone who's frontlining, someone who's, you know, running
Easy
in there
flash, Bangalore. Yeah.
Exactly. You know, finally some variety.
Yeah, you know, it's great to have variety. Like we sort of touched on, our teams are like very close together here for the regional finals. So, you know, everybody is putting in the work, and it's nice and, like you've said, refreshing to see characters that we don't generally see in these high-hitting damage stuff to also put in the effort. But yeah, I don't know, you know, Gino, do you think any of our teams could hit match point eligibility? You know, you're sort of talking about Mkers being maybe the first one. I know my pick is just not even close. Elfish saying Weibo, not close. How are you feeling going in, I guess, match number 5 with Mkers? I think that's what you selected.
Yeah, that was my guess. Yeah, as I said, we definitely can see someone on match point after this. It's just that, yeah, we've had such an even sort of mesh across the board that we won't necessarily get there. There's still, you know, a good sort of 4 or 5 teams there who, if they win this game, maybe come second. They will make it. But yeah, they have to start performing now.
Yeah, well, there we go with our legend picks. Coming to you live for the first time as well. So, you know, while we've finally got the 20 Bangalore picks again, Elfish, you called it last time with the 19. Now we've got all teams sort of selecting on them. You know, I guess we're seeing maybe teams revert to a little bit of the original meta that we saw at the start of the split.
Yeah, it does seem to be just a World's Edge thing for SaWeiQi, where they want to take the Wraith. Well, it's not even just the Wraith, actually. They change up the whole composition, basically. Yeah, I mean, they keep the Watson, but they don't have the Bang and the Blood. They have the Crypto and the Watson instead. So that's for World's Edge. But yeah, obviously we're going back to Storm Point now, so they bring the Bang and the Blood back.
Yeah, and speaking of Storm Point, we are ready for our next match. So will it be Heroez, MDY, Vegas Inferno reaching match point eligibility? Let's find out now. This is match number 5.
All right, well, it is starting to get pretty tight towards the top end there now. Heroez, MDY, 36 points. Down to 5th there is X and Y on 34, Mkers at 30. So quite a few teams now at this point, Genome, that can really start to hone in on the magic number 50. Imagine, I would cross my fingers that we're going to have at least 1 or 2 teams going into the next game that are going to be on that number. But, you know, beggars can't be choosers. And to be honest, today has been quite a spread. So there may actually be a world where, like, those top teams, again, just miss out. And we continue to keep the pack quite strong, but nobody leading out in front.
Could be. I feel like every time we've had one of those situations where someone does get to match point like much earlier than everyone else, they have 2-3 good games to start off with. Well, actually, there's been 2 situations. One is they just like, you know, do the moist sort of route and win 3 games in a row and just take it out. And the other one is that they really struggle. People pick on them. You know, people do recognize where they are. They don't. It's not hard to track. You know, 1 maybe 2 teams on match point, and they, you know, they do struggle to get over the line. So if we have a lot of teams entering match point at the same time, yeah, maybe we don't get either of those situations. Maybe it's just a sort of a free-for-all right from the start.
Maybe. Well, we've seen this kind of zone before. Maybe a little bit of a further stretch out towards the sort of western side, a bit more northern than some that we had towards the latter end of our final week of competition. But similar kind of rotation in there from VK Gaming, trying to get in pretty early. Imagine DreamFire will be doing much the same thing. Those were actually the 2 teams that did make that kind of rotation last week, and we'll be interested to see if they end up in similar kinds of positions. But for now, Remarkable are going to be contesting just on the outside of Cascade Falls, and it seems to be going not too well for them. 1 wants to FireBird, 1 for 1 there, though now down a couple of members, and Remarkable team do definitely have the advantage. Bat attempt is going to work out successfully for Turtle. And Azu 2-tap has been confirmed by Turtle as well. So trying to lock this building down with the Caustic. Interesting composition from Remarkable, but if you can take the building, might just work out, and they're going to get aggressive straight into the corner. I mean, that's a rough room to end up in, because you really have 0 agency in that room, and you're just done.
Yeah, but Geekay have pulled up on them just as that fight has ended. So you can see BearClaw there on the other side as well. I don't know, man. Remarkable might be done for. There are so many grenades on the inside of that building right now. The Remarkable team have been forced outside into the waiting arms of Fenfu.
Yeah, not fun. BearClaw Gaming have been pretty good with their third parties today. That was something that they kind of kicked off in game 1, and they've maintained over the course of the day. Just sort of float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. That's the kind of vibe I want to go with. They run in, get a kill. You know, that'll be it. Back off. Take the 1 point or 2 points here and there. They're not overcommitting to the fight. I like it. And it's been quite successful for them. They're getting very close to the 50-point mark, but the wins so far have been a little bit missing for BearClaw. That's the one thing to say.
Yeah, that's it. They've moved up into first place with just a couple of those points to their name. So 2 very important kills in the race to get to match point. They're also very central in the circle right now. They're controlling the space around the ring console as well, which means, you know, they can actually get that 3rd ring information without having to make a late push for it. Important. Unlike other teams, such as X and Y, which are currently being not quite chased down, but pushed out, it seems, by LGD.
Definitely on the move. But pretty lazy start to the game, really, for most teams. There's been a bit of a patient one. Still got Legends quite far up to the north, just to continue to check in on them and how they're playing. Up at Zeus Station, haven't moved. Be one of the last movers. EVOS Predator on the southern side of the zone. Sort of much the same vibes. You have these teams that are constantly taking their time to get in. DreamFire eating a couple of EMPs by the looks of things right there. But they are one of the teams that likes to move central first, and they've ended up in a fairly decent setup for themselves. Same to be said for Las Vegas Inferno, which bodes quite well for Vegas Inferno making it to 50 points, right? 15 points remaining, and they know that they're going to be in the next couple of zones. Must be feeling pretty good about things at the moment.
Shield battery here. Let's relocate there. Let's go that way.
A great start to the day from them. Can they capitalize on it? Can they be one of those teams who changes their fate in the hardest lobby of the entire split? I mean, Guild, they are the kind of team that we would expect to be doing better than usual today. But, I mean, 7th, that's actually, you know, under their pace so far if you're looking at the Split 2 standings. Maybe Las Vegas Inferno are going to take up that mantle in APAC South.
Yeah, they've got the potential to do it. I mean, I feel like the way that they're playing today, I could see it happening, you know? It's not an outlandish statement to make. Guild Esports as well locked themselves inside of the bunker. There's not really too much going on around them. There's no one in Jurassic Park. Only one team still to rotate up from the south. No, 2, excuse me, actually. It's EVOS, Predator, and MDY. So Guild may run into teams backfilling behind them.
Alright. We've got a pullback, Elfish.
Well, Heroez also going to have to pull back away from Geekay in Cascade Falls. They don't want to take that fight at the moment.
Oh, and BearClaw scan it. So despite Heroez and Geekay being around that area, putting a little bit of pressure on that, they've actually allowed BCG to grab the ring console and now know that the ring is going south over towards the mid-map area.
Just follow where DreamFire go in a zone like this one, but not where Weibo go, because today has not been Weibo's day at all. They're eliminated by Grape Soda, which I think was the team that they were actually trying to fight. I think Weibo wanted that fight by the looks of what I saw on the minimap. But it has opened up the opportunity for Grape Soda to come in here for a third party. Now, low-key's pretty low, so I don't want to overcommit to that engagement. BearClaw Gaming hanging around. 37 points. This is not the game that you really want to be throwing away, but an extra 3 points here could really go the distance in maybe avoiding a 48 or 49 finish. You know, and then having to play out another game. For their own right, BearClaw don't want to push the issue. It seems that they will rather take the more passive approach, which I don't think is a bad shout at this point in time. But yeah, I mean, just to touch on that ring pool, it is where DreamFire and VK Gaming initially rotated. Like, they were the first 2 teams that rotated, so they've read the ring very, very nicely. So they've set themselves up in a very solid spot, as is generally the case when the ring is like in this vicinity. DreamFire seem to have this intuitive sense of where it's going to go. So it's a good shout from them.
Yeah, a couple of times so far this split. We've managed to make those determinations and being correct. Legends Gaming playing from behind, not really a spot they know well. The only team who is behind them, he goes Predator, getting into an early fight. Is this how they turn their fortunes around? X and Y on the other side of this.
Cropcap. Oh, eating a lot of damage, and so is Fafafif, and actually too much. X and Y still lurking around at 34 points, but they have certainly not been a team to shy away from early fights, and they're not doing it again. Getting those early knocks, Cropcaps down and secured. 35 points now for X and Y. Every single one feels like it matters when you're so close. LGD have had a rough day, and it continues to be rough. That grenade at the feet. Going to do a large number of damage to Feiju, and Final Dream will be eliminated in the meanwhile. So LGD do get by with a few points out of that one, but still in a bit of a spot of bother where they will have to make this next rotate in. But at least they'll get time for the reset. Unfortunately for LGD, it's not really an exciting place to be, right? 14 points, you've got a long day ahead of you if you want to make anything of this.
It looks not an exciting place to be on the scoreboard, but I think it is actually an exciting place to be on, you know, as far as this game goes, on Stormpoint, because you can see Kill Devil are coming down towards them now, but they've got such a sheltered walk-in to this next zone that as long as they can stave off Kill Devil and win this fight, they're going to be an amazing spot. And they take the fight to them as they come out of the zone, maximizing damage, increasing the pressure. Bolin goes down straight away. And I think Kill Devil are just about done for here. You can see Levy, the only one still up there. Time is working against him, and it's a clean wipe there from LGD. So, yeah, this is such a great walk-in for them now. Their rotation is clean. They've managed to grab plenty of of loot for themselves here. They're going to be the ones coming in, honestly, off the back of like Legends Gaming, who have made a good spot for themselves to sit there with Watson.
Yeah, LGD coming back with a bit of a vengeance maybe in this game. How about Heroez though? They are still in Cascade Falls. They're stuck underneath Geekay, and they don't really want to move. 37 points at the moment, so they can really get themselves to that 50-point mark if they are able to get deep into this one. BK Gaming maybe just a bit of an outside shot with 22 points on their tally currently, though sitting at the bottom of the ski lift. It's actually not a bad place to be. Zone's going to pull in their direction. Should be able to get a lot of points out of this one. You see Fenfu of BearClaw Gaming trying to hide out on the side of the slope there as well. GK have made their move, which will actually make it easier for Heroez to also rotate their way in. Kind of feel like we're in the eye of the storm. You know, I use this analogy probably once a day, but it's been a little bit of a back and forth as far as the early game is concerned, and now it's slowed down a little bit. You get the sense that we're biding time and waiting for that next shift, and then it's really going to pop off, and there's a lot riding on this game for a lot of teams.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, the closest to match point, still 12 points away. Still quite some distance between them and 50. Grape Soda will be flying in, so why don't we listen in with them?
And then we inside. Through that single door. Go, 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 go. Oh, I got insta-died, man. Oh, one was shooting the other way. Just leave claps. Just whatever.
Fuck, now I'm dead.
Oh, 5.
Okay, well, that didn't work out very well, unfortunately, for Grape Soda, but, you know, sometimes it be like that. And honestly, Genome, they kind of sound a little bit more resigned than mad at this point in time.
We've had a couple of, I don't know, like, whoever's calling the listen-ins this split, Elfish, I reckon they've got a voodoo doll.
Yeah.
And, like, and they just, like, chuck a team's name on it, and as soon as we switch to the team, and they just get wiped. It's so rough.
It's like, it's the caster curse, but we're not the ones doing it, you know? It's whatever that would be. So, listen in lemon. Listen in lemon. How about that one?
Nice.
Either way, Las Vegas Inferno. Anything but a lemon at the moment. Still a nicely set up with that next ring pull as well, keeping them just inside. Obviously, teams are going to start to look to crash them. They won't have too many more options, so this is where things really start to kick off for Vegas Inferno, but 13 points required for them. It's definitely doable now.
Yeah, they've got the Newcastle, which is good to set up in those end circles, but it's not necessarily quite as good in buildings. And that's, as you said, teams are going to be pushing into that building where LVI are, and they'll have to try and suffer it through it that way. Yeah, like MDY, yeah, they're going in there right now. There'll be a couple of teams up the top there looking at each other as well. But yeah, this is MDY forced their way into the bottom level.
Yeah, that's fine. LVI were on the on the staircase and on the top floor, so I don't think they're actually too concerned about a team moving into the bottom. As long as MDY doesn't try to push their way up, that's where I think they can coexist for the moment.
Depends how anti-MDY are, I suppose. They used their EMP just to get into the building. That was the, you know, just to try and make sure LVI are ducking and hiding for cover as they go in. But, you know, the other two ultimates still up for them. So, SWQ, been an okay day for them so far. A little bit short of sort of level that we've seen them perform at in Split 2. See if they can get past BCG and LGD.
Oh, GK's not getting anywhere, I'll tell you that at least for free. There's Vegas Inferno picking up a couple more points, so they creep ever closer, and they are, at the moment, the team that is the closest. 39 for them, 38 for BearClaw Gaming, but BearClaw only down to one member, so odds on them maybe not making it to 50 points off of this game, which is painful. Fenfu, the last one for BearClaw, but how does he manage to survive here? Well, he can try and rat his way behind some of these boxes, but teams really have a beat on him, and it's just not going to happen for BearClaw this time around. He's done. Fenfu out of the picture. WQ very shortly after will go down as well, and VK Gaming are going to push the issue on to DreamFire, who also fall. Ring of Fire around the rock. It looks like some sort of weird ritual is going on. Maybe Legends are conjuring a big dub here, because they are still floating around. X and Y on the other side of it, trying to play things quite slowly. And LGD up north. I mean, how many teams are pretty much at that match point if they do well in this game? Probably 3 or 4, or maybe even 5 that are remaining. But X and Y might be, unfortunately, another one of those teams that just misses out. Though YC comes in with the clutch. Clean as a whistle inside the smoke. I don't think the revive is going to happen, though. LGD in for that third party, and they are running through this lobby like a freight train at the moment. There goes X and Y. That'll be the 3rd or 4th team that LGD have finished off.
Yeah, I mean, 8 kills for them at the moment. LGD, not only do they run away with those last couple of KP as well, but it's God spot to Legends Gaming while holding it down, but now it's LGD's. So, other 3 teams all having to get inside here. None of them currently within the ring. It's only LGD that hold that position. So, can Las Vegas Inferno convert this? I mean, as you can see, Mkers and LVI both still up. They have a chance to get over that hump.
Yep, most definitely. Vegas Inferno, they don't even need the first at this point. They really just need maybe another couple kill points, and they'll pretty much just fall over the line at that point. But maybe easier said than done. VK Gaming have got position to play inside of the next ring, behind that wall, I think. So they'll have a little bit of an easier time of things. Whereas Vegas Inferno are going to have to push their way out, and they're really having to be aware of Mkers at their back. It's a lot of this is going to come down to what Mkers decide to do. If they're going to push their way into LVI, or if they push their way up into VKG, or if they can find themselves a little pocket of safety themselves. I'm not sure that's going to be an option, though. And this, of course, is where the Newcastle wall actually does start to come into play a little more so. Now that they've had to push their way out of that building, it becomes quite valuable.
Yeah, very. He's almost up to his next ultimate there. Just having to rely on the mobile shield for the moment. Castle wall is down, but obviously with the changes that they made to it recently, you want it a fresh one, right? You want it energized. That means it will stop grenades coming through. Not in the same, but in a similar fashion to what the pylon does for Watson. They are the closest to the middle of the circle right now, so they're just worrying about Mkers, who are sort of sitting... Or maybe it was LGD, actually, that was sitting on their head. No, Mkers as well. Yeah, now they're pushing it off the back of this. Oh my god, the tick damage coming through.
Yeah, this is not looking very good for LVI. The problem is they don't really have a lot of room to actually play, but Mkers aren't going to push the issue. I'm surprised by that.
Well, I mean, you say they kind of don't want a lot of room. They're sandwiched between the castle wall and the mobile shield right now. Actually playing so small, it's incredible.
True. Okay, well, I hadn't considered that one. Keep their heads down for the meanwhile. VK Gaming are pushing their way in onto LGD. If LGD were to fall, that would open up a little bit more room for LVI as well. Still at the 44 points. Mkers still at the 39 points. And VK Gaming making a late run in, but I'm not sure that they're going to be able to get 17 points. That would be a bit of a stretch. Maybe if they cleaned up every single kill here. And to be honest, they're actually not in a bad spot to really get quite a lot of damage done here, VK Gaming. But what I'm kind of concerned about for them is that actually the fight will happen without them having any impact on it, right? Because they're on the other side of the zone. Everyone else is on the south side of the zone, and maybe all those points just get sponged up by other teams.
5 points away.
That is wild. That looks like almost like a Gibraltar bubble, but it's not. Mkers eliminated. Las Vegas Inferno up to 48. They only need a couple more kill points.
Oh, they're going to get there. I think they can do it.
Yeah, LGD out. That means surely those placement points are going to be enough. LVI, they're up to 50. They don't even need the win anymore. They don't care, but for VK Gaming, every point matters. They're up to maybe 43, which I would say is probably going to end up actually being a little bit disappointing to be so close yet so far. But the big news is we now have a team that has made it to match point eligibility, and that is LVI.
I think it might just be the one, but yeah, they've managed to get there. First of all, it's going to be Las Vegas Inferno.
We knew we had it in them from the start. Like, they have just been absolutely obliterating. And just to have that Newcastle pick as well, Genome, and just to see them take the win with that is just so exciting. You know, just be able to fortify a spot in, like, these more open zones is just a great way for them. Like, obviously, we can't take that away from the winners of, you know, VK Gaming. But, yeah, Vegas Inferno, finally our first team on match point. I was just sitting here thinking, Genome, and I was like, I might have to come to the conclusion that we're going to have every team on match point. Like, everyone is playing so well, but so close together. Like, there's no huge gap. No one's sort of absolutely dominating. And as we see, you know, Vegas Inferno have had such a good run, but, you know, then the next game comes in and we just see someone else absolutely obliterate. So has there ever been every single team in match point? No. Will it happen here? I don't know. I'm optimistic.
That's a big call. I mean,
I'm calling it.
The 16 at APAC North last night was certainly, like, potentially as close as we'll ever get in an ALGS lobby. But you never know, Lace. You never know.
Yeah, well, look, I was wrong about Legends Gaming winning it in 7, so I'm probably wrong about this too. But, you know, it's just so amazing to have these teams sort of, I guess, you know, be so close in contention for this. We can only send through 7. There's not that many spots as last time. So, you know, these teams really understand that, and they are turning up the heat because this is where it counts. And VK Gaming just biding their time for this fight and coming in at the right time to take that win was huge for them. With a whopping 15 kills, Genome. I didn't even see that. That's crazy.
Damn, son. 6k damage. That's a little bit nutsy there from VK. And they were 3 points short. That was almost pushing them over the edge. Look, you know, we can get to the scoreboard later, I guess. But, I mean, damn, they went up 9 spots off the back of that. They were pushing so hard to be there alongside Las Vegas Inferno. And I guess, actually, yeah, because it was 3 points different. That means if they had of... yeah, they just needed one more team wipe, right? They were so close. But even LGD picking up 8 and XMY picking up 5, all pushing up towards that sort of that area.
Yeah, that's crazy. You know, if they just sort of maybe got in there a little bit earlier, they could have got that extra 3 off, you know, the team. So that's crazy to think that they really did jump up that far. 9 points. You know, they went up by, so they're at 47. What a climb for them. And then there we go. The little box around the 50 for Vegas Inferno. Our first team to reach match point eligibility. And if everyone at home has no idea what that is, you're going to hit the 50 points. And if Vegas Inferno win the next game, it is done. It is over. It's done and dusted because that would be our 6th game. So we have to play the 6 out, Genome. So we've gotten to the 6. It's been crazy that we haven't, you know, seen some of our heavy hitting teams reach it already. But it could be over. Or by the looks of things, I don't think it will be. All teams are just, you know, really hungry for this.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, any win from now on from Las Vegas Inferno is a dub on the day from them. And yeah, no, what's the word? Rubber. No, it's escaping me. But essentially no games that don't mean anything, right? We will get the full, minute. Yes. Dead rubber. That's the one. Thank you, Elfish. No dead rubbers. We'll get every single game will mean something. We'll get the full 6, probably even more now. But as we said, only one team on match point means that they've got a big target on their back.
That's incredibly correct. You know, they have been doing it like, you know, seamlessly throughout this. But yeah, teams will be wanting to knock them out. So we are going to take ourselves another short little break and we'll see you right after it. Will Vegas Inferno take out the win? Who knows? But we'll catch you in a moment.
They might switch back. Our press is being I kept looking at my window. We're about to pull out. Yeah. And that would be a tournament. That would ruin the tournament for everyone involved. And it wouldn't be our fault.
Surprise.
Welcome back, everyone. Game number 5 completed. Teams are really turning up the heat because they know this is where it counts. It's the regional finals, Genome. I'm going to keep saying it. We just had our first team finally reach match point eligibility, and that's none other than Vegas Inferno. And to top it all off, they're doing it with a Newcastle. I feel like it's really refreshing to see, you know, not such a crutch meta anymore and a bit of flavor to our compositions.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think you can call Newcastle a crutch in any way. Honestly, it's a pick that really makes your team think about the kind of positions they play. And look, it hasn't got them a first just yet, Lace, and that's important now because they're on match point. But in my mind, you know, all these teams have a little button that's like that, you know, they get to press, they get to use it like once. That's like, let's win a game on match point finals day. So if they haven't done it yet and they've got to 50 points, I think they've timed it well.
Yeah, because I heard Elfish say before there's been so many teams that, you know, are on 49 points and win with the 49, but you know, then it is incredibly hard to get a win. You know, it's easier said than done. Get 50 points, get a win. But you know, everybody wants to be a match point eligibility. They want to be one of those teams to be able to take it. So, but like you said, Vegas have yet to have a win, but they're on the 50 points. This could be it. You know, then we go to bed. No, it's we love seeing the Apex action. You know, we do want to see some other teams sort of get up in there, but you know, we've got VK Gaming. They're 3 points away. They're so super close as well. They're going to be hungry for it. Heck, even X and Y, BearClaw Gaming at 43-40, still so close. Like they could just be able to put themselves in that top, take it away from Vegas Inferno, and then we keep the games rolling.
Yeah, and yeah, definitely a couple of teams who are looking to, you know, get up into that top 7, like MDY, Heroez, BearClaw, and Vegas Inferno, obviously the front runners to do that right now.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And like, you know, I'm still looking at Legends Gaming. Like they generally, you know, they do take a little bit to sort of get themselves a win, but like it's been, 5 matches now, and it's a little bit crazy to see that they haven't gotten that steamrolling effect that we're so used to seeing. Maybe they're just playing around and they're going to turn things up now and just skyrocket up and then, you know, annoy all the teams at the top. Who knows? But yeah, I guess Weibo as well is another team that I'm a little bit confused, you know, not seeing them even remotely that close. What are they, 12 points at the moment, Genome? So that's super crazy to see.
Yeah.
I'm not at a loss here, but it's just not the teams we expected to be that far down.
It is a little bit strange, and it also just opens up so much for these other teams like Las Vegas Inferno, Lace, because usually Weibo, Legends Gaming, they would be soaking up so many of the points in their dominating victories. But all of a sudden, it's a free-for-all, and a team like LVI has really risen up and sort of taken that chance now that they've been offered it.
Yeah, and as we have a look at how Vegas Inferno has been going over our 5 matches. 2nd, 10th, 4th, 13th, 2nd. So, you know, like you said, Gino, could be a win. You know, that magic button could be pushed where they end it all here. And now, of course, we head into game number 6 again on Storm Point. You know, it's going to be tough. I think from the previous game, they had quite a early position, if I'm not incorrect. So, you know, they really held it together for then and, you know, started to get those kills right until the very moment. Obviously, VK Gaming took the win, but, you know, that doesn't matter sometimes. They've had the points throughout it. They've been having such an excellent bunch of games today. So, you know, it's leading up to a win. I feel it. I keep saying I feel stuff and it's wrong, but I'm gonna say it's very possible.
Well, look, I mean, Vegas have only won 1 game the entire split so far, Lace. So, I don't know, maybe they've been, like, hoarding their win button from, like, Pro League in general just to save it for today. And that would be good timing, if ever. But yeah, I mean, you know, playing from Coastal Camp on Storm Point is a tough one. But hey, they've been making that work. They took Overlook in 6th spot as well over in World's Edge. So interesting picks out of LVI, but they've been absolutely doing so well from it as we get some of those legend picks coming through here for our 6th game. So it's kind of live now, you know. There's, you know, we're onto it. There's teams on match point. It could end at any moment.
Speaking of picks, where is that Newcastle? You know, we've got, you know, I guess still the Horizon pick. I'm pretty certain that's, you know, Grape Soda have been doing that, you know, quite well. What the heck is that, Genome? That is a rev right down the bottom there. So, somebody's playing a game, or somebody's, you know, wanting to be, I guess, a more aggressive play style, or might need that extra, you know, bit of health after knocking a few players. But that's exciting to see.
Yeah, a remarkable rev as a hint.
Very true. Remarkable rev. Hopefully get themselves up in there. But you know what? We are heading over to game number 6, guys. So this is going to be on Storm Point once again. Will Vegas Inferno get their win finally today and end it all? Who knows? I'm sure other teams aren't going to let it happen. Let's find out right now. Game number 6.
Yes, well, this could be the final game of the split, though the chances are it won't be. I mean, 1 team out of 20 you're asking to get the dub. It's pretty long odds, especially when that team has only managed to pick up the 1 win for the split so far. But one thing that is quite interesting to note, and Lisa and I were talking about this in that pre-match prior to the last match, was whether or not they were going to take the Newcastle going into match point, because they're the only team that has been running Newcastle. And there's your answer. They don't have the Newcastle here. They've gone into the Pathfinder instead. So we Pathfinder, Watson, Bangalore for Vegas Inferno. And I think really, Genome, that comes down to just making sure that they essentially can't be like sniped in a sense by other teams, right? Where teams would see, oh, it's a Newcastle. We know Vegas Inferno have been playing Newcastle. We have to kill them. Let's just like kind of just run at them. So it's a change up, definitely, because this is not the comp that they've been playing on Storm Point today. We'll see how they go, but you know, it sucks a bit because like it's actually been working. That Newcastle has been working.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can make the Pathfinder work now instead.
Yeah, you saw how good they were at it when they were, you know, piloting it in, you know, a really tricky endgame there in our previous match. But as you say, when you are the one single team running it, I don't think those Newcastle walls are staying up for very long. People are going to be throwing every bullet they have left in their backpacks at those walls just to make sure you get done. Then again, I say that. We had the situation at LAN where there were 2 teams left alive on match point, both Watson teams, and, you know, somehow... Sorry, all the Watson teams left alive in the lobby were on match point, and they still didn't get targeted. So you never know, man. Well, sometimes the pro players drop the ball.
Yeah, I mean, look, sometimes maybe we overthink it. Who knows? But this conversation for a little bit later on, as we are now sort of getting stuck into the thick of things. VK Gaming making an early rotate. This pull is going to sort of lean in around Checkpoint, Cascade Falls, Sito Station, and the trenches. Those are kind of the 4 main landmarks still involved. But sort of hard to say exactly where this one is going to end up. Most teams are thinking maybe Checkpoint, maybe trenches. They're expecting the pull to continue to go out northwest, and damage out from that Arc Star could be a bit of trouble actually here. It's a remarkable team. They do lose Risk early on in the piece. cWarMonster FireBird losing themselves 1 in response. So it's back to one of those remaining members a 1v1 now. cWarMonster, FireBird. The Revenant is going to be too much for them. So we did ask whether or not we were going to get the Revenant. And we did. Yep. But maybe not for very long. It's going to be a third party for SaWeiQi.
SaWeiQi, they get the scan in. They'll see that there are members on the ground via the eye of the Allfather. And that means Rev's going to get out. He's going to leap straight out of there. Knows he has to try and rejig this somehow. He's like kind of within the ring, so he'll have time to do it. But the real question is, you know, no support legend, obviously. Trying to think, do we have any support legends in this lobby? I think apart from, I think Newcastle was potentially the only one, right? And now that he is gone, yeah, it's gonna have to be banner retrieval.
Well, Mkers did kind of just miss out on the back end of that previous game, and so they were stuck on 39 points. Their fate isn't necessarily in their own hands at the moment. Just kind of got to do what they can to get to 50 and hope that LVI can't get much more. Heroez, similar kind of a discussion for them. And already doing a bit of a number to Geekay, who's sitting inside of this building as well. In fact, it actually looks like Heroez want to try to push the issue here. Straight out through that smoke, and great shots from Bastion onto KillerPoz. Nothing to be said for KillerPoz. Yukoi obviously down there as well. He was knocked earlier on in the piece, and Geekay are bullied out of position by Heroez.
Oh, rough one. Raki has to run away. Geekay have to have a phenomenal day. 20th place coming into this. As we've said, mathematically impossible for them to make it via points. It's a match point win or nothing. Started off okay, but they don't need okay. They need excellent. They need the best.
Well, that's kind of what Vegas Inferno need right now as well. They need the best. They need the dub. They need the one. Zone pool wasn't particularly favorable for LVI, so they haven't really got a premium position, but they are making their way in. Keeping my eyes peeled on them this entire game, as you should be as well. Weibo have definitely undershot the mark today. It may not change up too much. Jackie Chan very low. But getting the better of VKG at this point in time. There are some third-party shots coming through from SaWeiQi that they have to be aware of. Jackie Chan will actually be confirmed killed as well. So it's really not... It's not been a fun day for Weibo.
No, but final
They might lose another one here.
Yeah, they're coming off the back of this. They might just get them done completely. Boring tries to take the evac tower out. They spot him off. No worries. And there we go. They're done for. Final Dream. Grab the kills.
Yeah, I'd say at this point it's kind of impossible almost for Weibo to make it to land, right? Like, they're just so far down the scoreboard now that there's no real chance of them making it through on placements, and to come back for a dub on the day, you're looking at it having to be like another 10-11 game kind of day, right? Where everyone else fails, and there's going to be so many opportunities for teams to finish it off prior to that, that you just got to hope and pray, really. That's the only thing you can do. But it certainly has not been their day. Either way, VK Gaming, they kind of have to be a little careful here, right? Casa at 951, obviously as a duo, you don't have a massive job actually to do in this game. You just need to get another 3 points out of it, but being 2 as opposed to 3 just makes it so much scarier that, you know, you might get a kill point or 2 and then just get finished off third party, something like that, and miss out by another 1 point, which would be a massive, massive loss at this point in the day, because every game you miss is another opportunity for maybe, you know, like next game, it's probably 2, 3, maybe 4 teams that have managed to reach match point eligibility. VK getting that respawn. So that's something to be said, assuming that they managed to, you know, regroup with all 3 safely. Here is Legends Inferno. Legends Inferno. Las Vegas Inferno. It might be Legends Inferno at the end of today, if they can get the dub in this game. Still looking pretty healthy for now. SaWeiQi are doing a lot of work in this game as well. They've been getting a lot of kills.
Yeah, they're doing okay. You can see the full send there from Fussy on the horizon here is going in towards them. And it is a 2v2 at the moment, but X and Y have just pulled up. See the scans coming out. They now know the state of play. This team is looking dangerous, and I can see them picking up the remainder of the kills in this fight.
Yeah, most definitely. Thirsty for some points, that is for sure, and they're going to get a couple of them. Now up to 44. Putting that pressure back on LBI next game. If LBI don't manage to get it done here and they've dropped a member. Nades are flowing through as well. This might just be it. Oh, Las Vegas Inferno. It is just not coming together. And we will definitely be going another game now, surely. A-Flow done. That's it. Las Vegas Inferno are out. And it will confirm us one more game at least. So VKG, X and Y, Heroez, BearClaw Gaming. That starts to now become the big conversation here of match number 6.
BKG is so close to match point. It must just feel awful when you're on, like, 45 plus points and you're like, hey guys, just stick it out, we only need a couple. And then you take an early game fight and go down without confirming any of those kills. But you can see 3 points away now. Fighting on blues in the mid game's okay, but they don't want to be stuck in this position later on. The first knock onto Final Dream is great now that BKG have got all 3 members back up and alive. Only one aimbot is left up. Can they do this without Kill Devil coming in and spoiling their chances?
You'd have to hope so. Bit painful to miss out on.
Wow.
VK Gaming are actually going to take the ultra safe route and just back off, give ground. And I don't hate it, you know, like, you're 1 point away, right? So, with those couple of points on the board,
that was definitely the right decision.
Yeah, you just have to look for one little ratty kill or a placement point here.
You got them there.
It got them? Did it? I thought they got to 49.
50
okay, my mistake.
Points they are up to, so yeah, absolutely the right choice.
Well, that'll do it. Absolutely the right choice then. And from here on out, it doesn't really matter what happens for the rest of this game. You almost, yeah, there you go, 50 points confirmed. You don't want to win this game, actually. Really, I think is the... That would actually be my takeaway. I don't think VK Gaming would want to win here, because this is like, oh, we used our win on the wrong game. If you're like one of those superstitious people. And to be honest, I've seen so many teams. I've seen so many teams get the win to get to 50 points, but they can't win afterwards. So
there's something to say for the confidence that it would give you, but yeah, I feel like there's some sort of psychological trickery in winning a game before you get to match point that would just mess with your mind.
Yeah, you got to think about it as well. The deeper we get into this lobby, like the messier the games tend to get over the course of a day. So next game will be game 7. And teams will be starting to think, okay, I'm getting a little bit tired now, and, you know, it's dragging on a bit, especially for those teams that are at the bottom of the scoreboard that have no chance of making it to land. They're going to think, well, this kind of sucks. And you might start to see some weird shenanigans happening. Maybe from the next couple of games onwards. EVOS Predator. They've been plugging away today, but haven't really had much success. Only 8 points for the day, and sitting in 20th place overall. Doesn't really give them a particularly great chance of making it to land.
Heroez coming in. I believe that's VK Gaming. They got into checkpoint and have now just pulled back in their 3rd member. As soon as they do it, though, of course, it does put a little bit of a target on their back. The dropship, you know, it's a pretty large, loud beacon saying, hey, everyone, we're over here, and we're, you know, not in as good a spot as we would like to be. So Legends Gaming actually do push them out. It's a checkpoint zone, so most teams do seem to have cottoned onto this. Going over checkpoint itself, it'll probably finish just, you know, outside. It's unlikely to finish sort of where you have the multi-platform structure. So finish just ahead of this part that we're looking at right here. And that means...
The difficulty with checkpoint is it's a very tough position to push into when there's teams already there.
Yeah, lots of high ground, lots of weird nooks and crannies. DreamFire on the building on the low ground, though, and that'll actually be a really important spot to hold, I think.
Yeah, where's DreamFire on the overall leaderboard right now? 22 points, still quite a ways away. Kill Devil at 32. That's some nice shots with the scout there onto JR and XD, and X and Y are going to get taken down. I think they've just missed out. I don't know exactly where they were at, but they were like 43 or something like that. I'm pretty sure they didn't get enough to get to 50, so they'll be sitting on the sidelines for another game, unfortunately. EMP over the top there from VK Gaming. Doesn't result in much of a push.
Ouch for X and Y. Yeah, confirmed they were only up to 46. That's a rough one for them.
Good flick from Casa. And remarkable team taken out in 11th. Gonna have to continue to fight here, VK Gaming, but they can do it with not a whole lot of pressure, knowing that, you know, the job is done, at least that we got to 50 points. But then again, you know, every point kind of matters, right? When we're talking about the overall leaderboard placements, you do still kind of need to be thinking about that, thinking about the money. I mean, VK Gaming are fairly safe to be making it to LAN at this point, whether it's through placement or through winning the match point format. But, you know, you can earn yourself thousands more if you can place, you know, 2nd or 3rd as opposed to 5th or 6th. So
yeah, it's a big difference, and now that they are up
keep grinding away.
First spot, as you say, extremely unlikely that they get knocked out. You know, if they get a top 3 on the day, yeah, that's basically LAN for them the first time as well. So, you know, it's always nice to see new faces getting to have their crack at it and see if they can really hang with the world's best. But as you can see, they've got 2 solos just hanging around. Raki and Crazy Kong are going to be slowly walking in up behind them. Two separate guerrilla forces on the back of VKG here as they try to avoid shots from that deadly high ground walking in. It's actually working out pretty well for them.
They're going to run into each other. Raki's going down into the trenches as well, but he's got no idea Crazy Kong's here.
1v1 for the
So he should just get cleaned up.
No health meds.
It doesn't.
By the way, that's why he's on about half health.
Crazy Kong actually wants the fight.
Yeah, Raki's on like 120 HP overall, so he definitely doesn't.
Raki's hiding. He's hiding. He's going to get him in the back.
Oh
He's
my
actually
god,
gonna
he
get him in
doesn't
the back.
see him.
Oh, it's good shots from Raki. Wingman out. Good shot connecting. Oh, even the pylon forced out. Oh, great 1v1 actually from Raki. He gets the extra point on the board for the team. You'll call that a dub, all things considered, because they were kind of boned either way. And Geekay also finished off at the hands of VK Gaming. Heroez are 3 points away. Mkers are 6. BearClaw Gaming 7. All 3 still remaining in the fight in this game. So it might not just be 2 teams at match point eligibility after this game. It may be 3 or 4.
Legends were in a great spot last game. They didn't make the most of it. Got ousted early. Once again, they found themselves in a decent position, but this time they need to convert. They want to put themselves back in the conversation, even if just for bragging rights today.
Well, the bragging rights are definitely few and far between for them at the moment. Heroez have made their cross to the buildings, forcing Mkers back a little bit. They're happy to play underneath. Not a bad shout when you're only 3 points away. Every possibility that a team maybe just drops down or someone's fighting up top and drops into your sight line. You pick up a cheeky point here or there. Very playable. At least for the moment. They want to take things slow. As slow as possible.
So DreamFire, we said they were in a good position in this building down here. Unfortunately, the circle pulls just outside of it, so they'd be kind of hoping, you know, maybe just a corner would be in and the pylon would really save them for that last walk-in, but unfortunately, no. Them and Guild Esports are getting pushed out starting now.
Guild have made their cross, but it was not unscathed. I thought they'd managed to make it okay, but just as I start speaking, Empty and Legacy both get taken down, and Jesco's not too far behind them. So Guild eliminated very quickly at the hands of Legends, who are pretty desperate for any point at the moment. Still sitting in 18th overall. And if Mkers were to win it, there would be still a world where maybe they could overtake Legends for first for the split. A lot of things have to go wrong for Legends, but that's kind of happening at the moment. Still, VK Gaming under the pump a bit. Again, not too concerned. They're at 61 points, top of the lobby, feeling happy. Legends do get eliminated.
Geekay steaming ahead here. And they've only got the smallest sliver of playable space. Meanwhile, you can see BearClaw, they actually have some high ground and they've got it to themselves here. So, you know, a weapon like the 30-30, that's perfect in this sort of situation.
Yeah, Casa taken down at the hands of the 30-30 repeater, and that's going to be the go signal for BearClaw. They drop off of the top. They want to get another 6 points out of this game. It certainly feels doable. Heroes need only the one. BearClaw stuck inside of this smoke, but they know the VKG are hiding in this little sliver of safety. In fact, was it DreamFire in there? I thought it might have been VKG. Oh, VKG are on another one. But either way, besides the point, Heroes have made it to 50, and Mkers are now 2 points away. So we're going to have multiple teams. BearClaw also 2 points away. This is going to be where, you know, LVI, they really feel like they missed a trick, you know. It's going to be like 4 or 5 teams next game that are on match point eligibility.
It was a pretty tough ask for them, you have to say. Knucklecluster's very effective in these sort of situations where the players, as we saw, were sitting in the smallest of areas here. Okay, that's BearClaw going down, so I don't know if they make it up to 50, probably not, whereas Heroes and Mkers definitely have now. All of these teams will be duking it out, but none of them on match point coming into this game. VKG just picking up a ridiculous amount of kills. You gotta remember, they were sub 50 when this game started, so we won't have a winner here, but man, some of the top teams are looking for their win right now.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be a game. Either way, EMP is out into the thick of things, and Mkers are as well. Asia instantly eliminated, but the fight does ensue. Ziki and Dexter doing a number to Heroes. They need to get those quick loots off.
Oh my god.
QQ actually, as a solo, he might actually be able to win this. Surely not VK Gaming. You cannot write a script like this one. They've just gone and done a massive game to get to the 50-point threshold and gone well past it, it has to be said. But is that the dub that is the curse? Because I've seen it before, and dare I say we might see it again here with VK Gaming getting a dub at a pretty... Look, it's a... You'll never say no to a dub, but they would love it next game, and we'll see if they can do it.
Yeah, goddamn. They were just steamrolling everything. Like you said, you know, we've obviously, you know, you can win the match point, but them earning this amount of points just, you know, is pretty much going to guarantee them like those top spots. So they were just steamrolling everything. And we love a classic, like, little rat solo to win off the match. That was crazy. But you know what, guys? We keep the games rolling because Vegas Inferno, you know, they got knocked out a little bit early there. But, you know, that means that it paves the way for the rest of the teams. And you know, they're going to be thrilled about it because there's been quite a few teams reach that 50-point threshold, you know, and that one would have to be VK Gaming. Did they reach it or did they smash it?
Oh, mate, yeah, that was, they punched a whole entire fist through that target, haven't they? That's just such a crazy game. I mean, I'm waiting to see how many kills they got in the end. It must be an absolute bucket load. But yeah, that was certainly one way to convince us that they're worthy of potentially taking out a title here today.
And I guess this is a little bit of a funny here for Geekay Esports. Go for the 1v1 just to be interrupted so soon. You know, unfortunate for them, but, you know, it's being able to hold on to that, you know, a little bit more of a position is huge from them. But here we have QQ just dominating. As you can see, kill leader already with the 7 just to get that extra point in the win. But, you know, Elfish, is it going to happen? Is it going to be like, you know, me and Gino were talking about the button push where you get the win? You know, is it going to be difficult for them moving forward? Or is this just the beginning with the 14 kills from VK Gaming, Gino? That is crazy.
Yeah, look, I'll put away whatever we were, you know, the smack we were talking about Bangalore's before, because we've just seen QQ pull out a 2.5k and Bastion as well pull out a 2.5k. Asia's as well. So we got 3 Bangalores pulling out almost 7,500 damage between them. Yeah, well, really leading the way for their respective teams there, VKG, Mkers, and Heroes.
Yeah, Heroes got to be really happy about that too, because that, you know, they were incredibly close to that threshold as well, which, you know, tips them over the top. There's actually a little bit less teams, I thought, joining our 50-point match point eligibility, but let's find out right now exactly who's going to be in contention. We've got Mkers, Heroez, and VK Gaming, of course, joining in with Vegas, Inferno, Elfish. I thought it was going to be a little bit more than that. BearClaw Gaming, so close.
Yeah, I thought BearClaw was going to get it done too. Be pretty painful, pretty heartbreaking actually for BearClaw if they were to win this next game, knowing that they were only 2 points away. I mean, X and Y 4 points away. You can almost definitely expect those two teams to sort of get over the line in the next game. So, job gets more difficult, obviously, for the teams that have already qualified to match point eligibility if they don't manage to get it done here. And that'll be what we're going to continue to say throughout the next, 3, 4, 5 games if we need so many games, obviously. But yeah, I don't know. I think it'd be hard for VK Gaming to kind of conjure a game like that again. They went from 47 points to 73 in one game, which is absolutely nuts. But it felt like kind of everything was going their way, you know what I mean? Like, they were in awkward spots. They were in rough positions, but teams were not kind of looking at them quite as much as they needed to be. They were fighting their way through some awkward spots. So those kinds of games don't happen every game, right? So VK Gaming, have they peaked too soon? Have they pulled out that sort of magic round a little bit too early? We'll obviously have to wait and see. I mean, maybe they can go back to back, but yeah, a couple of other teams sort of hanging around as well, and it's starting to heat up now.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. And, I'm always optimistic about, them getting another win, but it's still a great accomplishment for them because they will definitely, be in those top spots. We're sending through 7 teams. Obviously, Legends Gaming, Genome have, a ticket through already. So we're just trying to find the other 6 to join them. VK Gaming looking like they're going to definitely be in one of those spots. But of course, they probably want the money as well. That's always sitting over their head too. But yeah, I reckon they could definitely get themselves a win. Will they do it next match? I don't think so. I do feel like there's going to be some other teams join us in this 50-point threshold. So we're going to have a look over at this graphic for you guys and take a look a little bit further into everything for us.
Yeah, this is the scoreboard as it stands if the game were to end now, basically. So these would be the teams. These would be the 7 teams that would go through to playoffs if it was done. So just gives you a bit of an idea of where we're sitting at this point in the day. And it's actually crazy to see Vegas Inferno just not managing to get it over the line there. They would be sitting in 8th. They would need 7th to make it through to the playoffs. You get the top 7 teams. Legends doing enough still to sort of sit on top. So it hasn't really changed up too much.
Yeah.
The only difference would be Guild in and MDY out, or BearClaw out?
No.
I think BearClaw are the one.
It hasn't changed it at all. So these are the
Was
top
Guild
7 as yeah they are. So there's been a swap in placement from SWQ and XMY, but it just shows you that there was a big gap between DreamFire and MDY going into this day, and Vegas have almost done enough to get there, but it's still such a tough ask for them because they kind of are also relying, as you can see, on DreamFire not doing that well. DreamFire middling day, they'd have to drop down a couple of places for Vegas to get over the top. So really, Vegas are just looking for that match point win, because then it's not up to anybody else. It's only up to them if they punch that auto win, golden ticket as we like to call it. If you win the match point finals, that team always 100% gets to land.
Yeah, and it's very true. DreamFire a bit mediocre today, still doing excellent, but it is very much possible, Gino. But we're going to take ourselves a short little break. Don't go anywhere. We're continuing on the Apex action here in APAC-South. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everyone, where the Apex games keep on keeping on. We are about to head into game number 7, but that's not without, I guess, looking at match number 6 with VK Gaming absolutely steamrolling their way into match point eligibility. We now have a fair few teams in the match point eligibility status, and if you're just joining us and you have no idea what that means, teams need to earn 50 points. Basically, once they do that, they become match point eligible. We currently have Legends Gaming. We currently have VK Gaming, Mkers, Heroez, and Vegas Inferno on that threshold. So all they need to do now, and I say all they need to do, that's easier said than done, is win a game to end everything today. So, VK Gaming, we've been sort of saying this. Will they get another win? Is it possible? When we sort of watch competitive Apex, you don't tend to see a back-to-back-to-back win from any teams, but with the way they're heading, it could totally be possible, Elfish, but also, very easier said than done. So we're going to definitely be keeping a close eye on VK, Mkers, Heroez, and Vegas Inferno as we head back over to World's Edge. But Gino, take us through, I guess, a bit of the different selections as we move back to World's Edge.
Yeah, well, you can see Wraith Valkyrie just picking up a few slots there, and the Revenant seems to be sticking around for Remarkable Team as well. They switched on to that only in Game 6, but looks like Game 7, they're happy enough with that, I don't know, one fight win they had at the start to give it another run.
Yeah, they maybe just want to give it another opportunity, another chance. They kind of want to get those points. We know sort of Rev is that full send kind of get, I wouldn't say a second chance, but the extra 75 HP when you knock down someone. So it could be working for them. I don't think it worked the previous match they played it, but maybe they're going to give it another solid go. But let's find out right now. We're going to head into game number 7. We're back on World's Edge. Are we going to see it end now or carry on? Let's find out.
Well, 4 teams that can get it done right now. You can see them at the top of the screen there. VK Gaming, Mkers leading the charge. One thing that's interesting to me as we jump into this next match is Weibo. We were sort of touching on them a little bit today. Interesting compositions from them with the Bangalore Crypto Wraith. That was primarily what they were running. They ran that 5 games in a row. Then they changed things up for the previous game, brought in a Pathfinder Horizon. That didn't really work out either. Now they've gone back to Bang Blood Valkyrie. So trying to experiment maybe with things didn't really work out, and coming back to a little bit more of the tried and true, I guess it's fair to say. But rough day today for Weibo, and they're still trying to find the answer for it.
Yeah, that is an interesting set of compositions they've tried running here. I mean, Valkyrie we've had a smattering of it throughout the season, throughout the split here. I wouldn't say it's been a crazy good pick. Talking to the teams that do run it, they say, if there's less other Valkyries in the lobby, it does allow you to hit a couple of spots that maybe other teams can't. But at the same time, we are seeing teams just hit evacs, hit balloons for those late rotates in that do, mostly the same thing. Like, yeah, if you get the upgrades, like Valkyrie can go a little bit higher, a little bit further. But I don't think it's that much of a difference that really justifies it, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. No, I don't necessarily disagree, which is kind of sad for me to say, because Valkyrie's probably my favorite legend, my go-to. Likely go with Fly. I think that's kind of cool, but yeah, doesn't really seem to have much of a place in the meta at the moment. But we'll see. Either way, this fight is going to happen again. Grape Soda. Ooh, a very nice couple of shots there with the Vault, but not enough for the knock just yet. And so Grape Soda on the hunt, on the chase.
Trying to get, once again, Taraki on the Pathfinder by himself, but a nice couple of shots come out from Fussy. Flatline hits its mark, and Grape Soda once again will get KP early into the game. How, does that mean anything when we get to the pointy end of things? I don't know. But they do have the circle this time. The zone is pulling towards us here in Lava Cypher.
Well, see, this is where that little bit of a play for VK Gaming. They've gone back-to-back with dubs, but they've pulled the dubs out at the wrong time, right? Like, this is the game that you want to win. And they're going to be maybe the second team eliminated if things continue to go the way they have been. Remarkable team certainly trying to chase them down. 951 has been confirmed. Remarkable team might... Ah, there we go. So that's the end of VK Gaming. One of the teams that's match point eligible. Straight up, 18th place. 19th for this game, I should say. Yeah, it does feel like a bit of a curse. This is exactly what happened to Team Burger when they went back-to-back to go into match eligibility all those years ago.
I mean, that's so rough, right? They, over here on World's Edge, they were landing at staging, so it was a fairly, priority rotate on them there on VK Gaming's side, and they find this spot in Command Center, but sometimes you run into it at exactly the same time as another team, and you just got to take and win that 3v3. VK Gaming don't get it done this time, and that's the end of their chances here in match 7.
Remarkable team. They've gotten another one. Gotten rid of EVOS Predator, but this might be one too many as EVOS Predator rocks up. Or is it Final Dream? Final Dream on the perfect timing to catch Remarkable team. So a little bit messy over that command center, as you say. And perhaps some other teams taking different approaches. Vegas Inferno, maybe learning from their mistake in the last game. They don't want to be rotating too much early in the game. They have set themselves up with a fortress inside a little house. Got the Watson fences up. And they are not going to do anything for the rest of the game if they don't have to.
I mean, at some point, presumably, they will have to do something. I'm not sure if I've seen a pro game yet where they, can wait the other team out and just let them die to the ring, but
nope.
You never know.
But they're in a good spot. They're actually in quite a good spot. Like, this ring could pull in their direction, definitely. And if it does, they are well set up. Try and see where Mkers and Heroez have ended up. Mkers are still down in stacks and Big Mord. Heroez rotating their way in from the north. Still a bit of a way to go for them. Let's see how this goes for Weibo. We talked about their composition change up. Perhaps just going back to what they are used to, which would be the bang in the blood. Although the interaction's a little bit different, but...
Yeah, it's been completely neutered, I'd go so far as to say, right? I mean, the threat vision from Beast of the Hunt that we're seeing right now, it doesn't go through smokes, and it's just like, okay. At that point, what is it really doing for you? You get a tiny bit of extra speed with it.
Let's displace there.
Like, that's about it. You get the extra... they've changed the way the Ravens work a little bit, but at this point, at the pro level, it's not actually doing a lot for you.
No. BearClaw Gaming, a mere 2 points away. They want to make sure that they don't stay at 48 this game. Assuming this will not be the last game of the day. That really kind of comes down to who gets the dub and Guild.
Cancelled.
Yeah, they've gotten booked. Until we finished off. Legacy's in a bit of trouble here. It does get the passive assistance. Courtesy of Bangalore's passive, but... still in a bit of dodge. It's Heroez that's kind of looking at this alongside DreamFire.
First time the MT has been on the wrong end of a volley from DreamFire, but... it's not the time you want to be finding yourself in that position. Guild... as we saw in that graphic, are still okay for the moment. But if we get another couple of games, there is a chance some people start creeping up and overtaking them. All you need is for, say, Las Vegas Inferno to creep ahead of them. And then one team even further down, who's completely out of that top 7 to win the match point. And all of a sudden, Guild can find themselves in the cold on the outer as far as the split 2 playoffs go.
Well, Weibo working their way through Harvester at the moment. They're going to backfill in behind Legends, which is certainly a team to be stuck behind. Guild look like they're going to have another crack at a res, or at least they have the option to have another crack at the res, though you've got DreamFire still floating around, so if you do go for this, you're potentially giving up another point, and maybe even just getting teed at. So I wonder, I think surely have to think better of this. DreamFire are going to push their way forward to try to put that pressure on. Jesco is going over for the res beacon.
Wow, they actually managed to grab the banner. I thought DreamFire were holding them off it, but apparently not. Either way, they'll still be trying to hold them out of the zone. And
DreamFire are playing kill races at this point. Like, they're literally letting them get the res so they can kill them and get more points.
I mean,
this is the second time.
I think they've got a couple of evacs on their side, so potentially Guild can just go over the top of them. But we'll see if DreamFire maybe missed their timing, honestly. Why not just push in when it's 3v2, right? And
yeah, that would be the thought.
Try and take the fight then. Guild do have purples to their blues. Maybe that's the reason. They're a little bit worried about that, but no, they let it happen.
Too late to make that choice now. X and Y in a bit of an awkward spot here as well. Remember, they are very close to match point eligibility, and YC not being brought back to any degree of safety. So they will get the banner. But they're going to have to be left scurrying, and it's only 2 points. It's really only 2 points. They cannot afford to be missing out on it. But it's looking pretty rough for X and Y at the moment. They're not having an easy time of getting through this game. You're going to have to go back out into the zone to the tree to get that res.
Legends, 18th spot, 19 points. They are so far from being match point eligible right now. But actually, that's the other thing I was thinking about when we were looking at the leaderboard at the start of this game, Elfish, was how many teams can play spoiler, right? How many teams, you know, that often gives you an indication of when a match point series is going to end. How many teams with the ability to even win a game in a lobby like this are still around? And there's quite a few. You know, Weibo can definitely win a game. Legends can definitely win a game. You know, so many of those teams down the bottom that haven't made their way up yet. Kill them.
DreamFire.
Yeah, DreamFire, X and Y. There's so many teams that still have that capability. So, you know, that kind of makes me think that, you know, we definitely, not definitely, we still could have a bit of life left in this year.
Yeah, look, 4 teams, of which obviously one is now dead. I wouldn't put my money on it. You know, there's more of, it feels at this point still quite substantially more of a possibility that we go at least one more than if we were to say we end here. The only thing I would say there is that Weibo maybe not worth a mention, given that they're down to only one member remaining. It doesn't seem to matter what composition they play. Today is just not their day. DreamFire trying to keep Guild on their way through, but Guild are surviving for the moment. Zone's continuing to pull away from them.
Yeah, I mean, it's gone towards the crane. The crane at the north of Lava Siphon. And Vegas Inferno, they're actually playing a spot in the house just north of the bridge. That could be really good. We're having a look at Guild v DreamFire version 2 here. Seer Ultimate goes down. All of a sudden, Guild have a lot more information. DreamFire, of course. They do still have Pete popping Beast of the Hunt. They're backing away. They're trying to take this fight outside the radius of that exhibit.
I don't get the sense that DreamFire really want this fight, but we've got Guild to start things off nicely. Let's jump in and hear how they take this fight.
130.
Dead. Oh, last one was hit 70.
Almost up.
Picking up.
I gotta make it.
Leave me. I'm dead zone.
We gotta just play for this kill. We gotta play for this kill, Jesco.
Okay.
I'm gonna scan him.
Yeah.
Got him a scan.
You can get out. You might be able to get like right side underground miles.
I'm running at him.
I had to make it. I died. I got hit by a PK.
Got him.
Nice, good shit. PF, that's big.
Yeah, that's at least it's what the fuck are they doing?
Why are they? We're not in zone.
Well, I think you get the idea. They are in trouble anyway, for a more broadcast-friendly way of putting it.
Out in 12th spot. It's a shame that they didn't finish that fight just a smidgen earlier, right? Because then they actually would have been in a fantastic spot.
Ooh. Zone pull. Look at that.
And it does. It goes. It actually goes up towards
LVI.
Yeah, up towards the Grandma's house there. At least one of the houses that I believe. I don't know why Grandma's such like a landlord, such a baron in the real estate.
It's because she bought her house like 70 years ago.
That's
when it was
true.
cheap.
And now she has like 3 of them. So
yeah.
It's the one in between Geyser and Siphon that it has pulled towards, and that means yeah, LGD are looking pretty decent, and so is Vegas Inferno off the back of that.
Heroes are not. Heroes another one of the teams that made it to match point eligibility, but are unable to do it in this game. Yeah, it's Mkers and LVI though that we're looking at right now to maybe be able to make this one happen. Mkers on the opposite side of the zone are going to come in from the south and have to play edge, whereas LVI have a little bit more of a stable setup inside. And again, we talked about LVI, you know, their chances of making it to land don't necessarily come down to winning the day, but it would be a damn sight easier if they did it that way, rather than relying on the placements. This is a good opportunity for them, definitely. 10 teams remaining. They're in a good spot. Mkers definitely don't feel as though they are quite as much. They have to make the push up the hill. cWarMonster FireBird above them on the cliff. And LGD across. I just don't really see the way out here for Mkers with any degree of safety.
Yeah, they've got double evacs, but yeah, like, you know, would there actually be a position to evac into? It's not like they've got... Usually when you're making that sort of rotate, it's because you've got a survey beacon scan and you can have some sort of level of certainty about a spot that's open. I think they might just be able to walk in, honestly. They could probably play the fence on the top of the cliff there.
Vegas Inferno copping a bit of damage here and there, putting a bit of damage down as well, trying to deal with this team that's pushing in onto them. It's Kill Devil, who may actually try to save the game against Vegas. Already one of them down. It's at the hands of LGD, who have some cross shots across there as well. And it's actually not just LGD. You've got multiple teams now looking in for the third party. BearClaw Gaming peeking in this direction as well. Vegas Inferno are down to 2. There shouldn't really be much of a chance of a revive here at all. They're going to sit themselves up in that top floor and just try to keep their heads down while all the teams outside fight one another, which is exactly what is happening. Mkers in the meanwhile do get themselves a kill on the southern side of the map. They're still 3 strong. Final Dream eliminated. Vegas Inferno, I don't think they can get back to 3. I think they're going to have to do it as 2.
Okay, Mkers make their move, and they take out cWarMonster FireBird. That's huge. They were previously occupying that building. They grab it. They grab a pylon to even help them solidify their position here. One of the only playable ones on the southern side of this divide, this chasm. We've got a couple of teams on either side of it. Mkers will be in one of the best spots now, playing from that building.
I will, at this point, draw your attention back to who was able to take out the finals, the regional finals in Split 1 of this year. It was Tom Yum Kung, Asia Ziki Dexter. So, can they go back to back? That is very much a possibility now, given the position that they find themselves in this zone. They have some safety inside of that building. South side, they do have to deal with Legends Gaming, so that'll be something to think about. BearClaw have managed to get over the line as well. They're up to 51 here, it must be said. If we go one more, another team to join. Vegas Inferno unable to do it this time around. 5 teams remaining. Mkers, this could be their moment. 4 to go. As Legends are taken out, Mkers are trying to show some presence here. Trying to put some damage down onto SaWeiQi, but they really cannot afford to drop a player right now. Ziki, don't overstep. He's low on HP. Crazy Kong goes down. Mkers are definitely getting the better of this fight, but it really does make me a little bit nervous to see them fighting like this. The south side, though, is now clear. Top 3 for Mkers. And they will get the chance to reset.
They do it so quickly, so cleanly, in style. There's only
Here we go.
3 teams left, and the other 2 are fighting. Mkers now should be able to pull down on Heck. I think this is them.
I think so as well. Mkers, they don't need to do too much more. They have the favorable position. It's just Heck. Surely it's Mkers. They're going to go back to back. They've done it, Mkers. They get the dub here in Split 2 for APAC-South. And it is going to be the end of the match point for today. At match number 7, Mkers have done it.
And you know what's incredible about that? We said one of the least likely things that could possibly happen today was that Legends Gaming could lose the #1 spot. In order for that to happen, Mkers had to win and Legends Gaming had to come 19th or 20th. I don't know if that's happened just yet, but I am just fascinated to see that final scoreboard and see if they've actually managed to do the unthinkable and come away in the #1 spot.
I was literally sitting here going, we're going to go one more game. But no, Mkers just stopped that in its way. Absolutely incredible from them. Exactly like you said, Elfish. You know, they have done this before. They know what they're needed to do in these absolutely obliterating competitive matches. They are so absolutely ready to head over to LAN and make themselves known. But what a great game or set of games from Mkers themselves. I quite literally thought that we were going to get one more, like from this fight here.
Me too.
You know, and so close. I think it was with SaWeiQi, if I'm not mistaken. They needed to hold on to each team member because it could have been over, and then just being able to like look over the top. What a win here. It wasn't even like it was super difficult to take out this clutch. It was kind of just peppering a few shots, and that was it. I kind of feel like Asia's looked a bit shaky, knowing exactly what was at stake to get this win, but
maybe
incredible nonetheless.
Yeah, it sort of came out of nowhere, didn't it? You know, because like the whole conversation going into that was like, oh, Vegas Inferno, they have the building, this might work for them, and you know, there was a few teams that Mkers would have to get through, and then like in the space of like 2 minutes, it went from Mkers like not even really being much of a threat to, oh, they're definitely going to win this, and then it's like, oh, it's over. Like I was definitely, like you say, gearing up for another game. You know, that fight, as you say, against SaWeiQi. If they would have lost a member there and a player would have gone down, it could have been a different story. Would have taken them a lot longer to get a reset. Maybe that provides the time for BearClaw to get their reset as well. But either way, look, it didn't happen, and we have Mkers that go back-to-back. They did it as Tom Yum Kung last split. They do it as Mkers here again. So I don't know what it is about this match point format, but this team just comes out of nowhere and sort of makes it happen, and that's exactly what they did today as well.
Yeah, and this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Let's take a look at exactly why we've been watching all these games, but the series leaderboard. And of course, Mkers win the match point format. Excellent job to them. But oh my lord, it was just so close for like a couple of teams, like BearClaw Gaming, I believe. Did they just get match point on that game, Genome? And, you know, didn't, you know, obviously get the win there, but still, you know, top... third place, that's still excellent, but yeah, it's just you know, escaped them a little bit. I'm just blown away with how well Mkers did.
Yeah, an incredible a couple crucial fights that just you know, one after the other made way for them in that lobby. But having a look at the other results that are gonna change the fate of these teams here, Lace. Vegas Inferno dropping to 5th. And DreamFire being in 12th. That's gonna make it really tough for Vegas to complete the Cinderella story that they'd kind of been building throughout today. And the other one was that Legends Gaming managed to get, I think it was something like 11 points in that final game. And maybe even 9 points, whatever it was enough to push them up just a scant few places on the leaderboard there, and probably grab them that first place overall in the split.
Well, we can only send 7 teams through. You know, we've lost a spot here in APAC-South, but that's still going to be exciting. Let's take a look at the overall scoreboard. Who's going to be heading over to Mannheim, Germany? And there we go. Oh, they still hold on to the top lead there, Genome. Crazy.
Oof. Not only that, congratulations to Legends Gaming, but the standings going into today, well, they stand. No one manages to creep their way up. BearClaw and Vegas were so close. They were, you know, I guess they would have both been cheering for Mkers not to win that game, because anything could have happened in the next game to change some of these, you know, some of these situations. But DreamFire, who obviously, you know, they missed out on the Split 1 playoffs for the first time in a long time, and then they lose their long-time leader in Roy. They just scraped through here in the 7th place.
Yeah, like, I feel like Elfish, Vegas Inferno fought so hard today. It's almost a little bit, you know, upsetting that they just didn't get there, but what an excellent game from them. But, yeah, Elfish, you know, our throwback king. DreamFire's going back on stage! I don't know how you feel about that. I'm super pumped.
Well, I got to be happy for them, but man, they really did not make it easy for themselves. You have to sort of mention the 7-point lead that they had going into today in the tournament standings overall, and what a difference that has actually made. All things considered, you know, it is the difference. It is the difference. If they don't have those 7 points, if they have 6 points instead, maybe it comes down to sort of a head-to-head tiebreaker, whatever situation that would end up being with BearClaw, or, you know, they miss out and BearClaw gets in and they don't, or who knows what happens. So they did just enough in the regular split to make it through, and I guess that's, you know, you do get rewarded for consistency in a game like this. Like Battle Royales, really, at the end of the day, they are all about consistency, and they were just consistent enough to make it through, even despite not having a great day today.
Yeah, and Gino, I want to pull out some knowledge because, you know, I've not been around the scene the whole time, but any of our top 7 teams, have they never been, like, anyone has not been to a LAN before, or they all sort of know what's expected of them on the main stage?
Yeah, let me just pull up the list again, but I'm fairly sure that some of them have not been before. VK Gaming. I mean, if we're going down the list, Legends obviously have done very well. Mkers, you know, they are veterans at this point. But VK and XNY, our 2 Chinese teams there, yeah, both have not made it to LAN before. SWQ also. So we've got 3 new teams coming over from that Asian region. And yeah, they're going to be getting their first taste of LAN. Guild Esports, obviously, have done very well just this year. They're a little bit newer to it, and DreamFire, with the change of pace, are going to be rejoining the ranks in APAC South. So yeah, as far as it goes, we've got 3 teams who haven't seen themselves on the big stage before.
Yeah, must be a great feeling. You know, you work your way all the way through these ranks. You know, splits are such a lengthy process, and, you know, it's not just the splits itself, it's the work outside of all of that and to get you to this point. And, you know, not only that, it's going to be in Germany for Split 2 playoffs, so that's super exciting. You know, we love to see these changes, you know, because it's a Apex Legends global series, all right? We want it everywhere. We want to see it in different spots, so having it in Germany is super amazing. You know, one day we'll get it in Australia, that's fine, but for now, Germany that's going to be the creme de la creme for these teams. But yeah, super excited to see, I guess, them go head-to-head with the best. You know, how are they going to face up against, you know, not Moist, for example, you know, these teams that came from our region, Dark Zero, you know, that's now a super team, the Falcons, with 2, you know, exceptional Aussie players in there. Like, how are they going to go up against these teams? Elfish, it's just going to be super exciting to see. And yeah, Split 2 playoffs. I can't wait. I don't know about you, Elfish. I'm keen.
I mean, I am part German, so I'm happy to see it in Germany. Can't complain about that one. So, look, yeah, I mean, I'm keen to kind of see how the APAC South teams go again. I think they always do put on a pretty good show. You know, there has been some instances where teams, I think, have gone overseas and might be a little bit disappointed with how things have played out, and they're going to get another crack at it. So I think that's what's important. You know, like, you're not going to make it happen every single time, especially with that jump in terms of the level of play that you're going to have to bring to be able to perform from APAC South into a global stage is a pretty substantial jump. So it's all about sort of getting used to that. And, you know, we saw teams like, okay, with the exception maybe of like Reignite / Dark Zero, go from APAC South to playing internationally and performing like from the outset. Everybody else that has been from the APAC South region has taken like 1 or 2 sort of international events really before they really started to get the ball rolling. Like, I mean, people are going to go, what about Moist? Well, it was like, you remember they played as SaWeiQi back in the day. Yes, some roster changes, but when they played as SaWeiQi, they did make it to the final lobby, but they, you know, didn't do anything too amazing in that final lobby. So, you know, it takes a little bit of time to, I think, get sort of accustomed to that level of play and maybe a bit of a different style and this kind of stuff. A lot of factors go into it, certainly jet lag, etc. So lots to think about, but good to see teams kind of getting multiple attempts, multiple bites of the cherry, because that, I think, is where you really start to unearth the talents and give them the chance to flourish.
Yeah, Elfish, that was so well put. I absolutely incredibly agree. And, you know, as we sort of move into, you know, watching the different regions sort of solidify their spots, it's just I just need to touch on it again. It's so exciting to see a fresh change of characters, a fresh meta going in, I guess, to a playoffs. Like, we're so used to seeing the same compositions over and over again. So to be able to sit there and watch our teams on the live stage, you know, play these different compositions and just see if they have fun with it and see how it all flows. This is exactly what we love about Apex Legends. So it's going to be awesome. But guys, we have found our 7 teams heading over to the Split 2 playoffs. It has been a hell of a Split 2. I do feel like it's gone incredibly quick, but you know what? It's been passionate nonetheless. So, Genome, I don't know if you've got any final words for us today and how you felt over this Split 2, but I am just excited and blown away. That's easily how I'm going to put it.
Yeah, look, with the, you know, you talked about losing some of our biggest teams here in APAC South, and it's, you know, at times been a struggle to replace them, but it's awesome to see that every time that happens, someone seems to rise to the occasion. It's been Legends here in Year 4. We're hoping that they can do that again come Split 2. But as you also said, it's really cool to get that fresh blood in there, right? And, you know, the Chinese players in the Chinese region have been doing better and better. It was really just DreamFire there for a while that were sort of up at the top level. Then, you know, we get them joined by MDY White and now LGD Gaming. And now even above them, you know, we've got another couple of teams showing that there is really a lot of depth in this region. And when we're sending 7 teams over, you know, or 8 teams in Split 1, more than we ever had before in ALGS. Depth is what we need here in APAC South. So really hoping that all these players could show us what they're made of and keep pushing for even higher placements come the Split 2 playoffs in Mannheim.
No, you're so true and accurate there, Genome. But, you know, it's been a pleasure, Genome and Elfish. You know, we've had such a fun split. It's been you know, a blessing to be alongside you guys, watching all this unfold and seeing brand new teams rise to the top. But, of course, that is it for our long shot production. It's a little bit sad. You know, it's not the end of us, but, you know, it is the end of Split 2. So a big thank you to everyone behind the scenes, as always, Genome and Elfish. A massive thank you to you guys. You're always so insightful and passionate throughout everything. And of course, our pizza eating man, Dax, we can't forget about him. He always brings the passion. But we will hopefully see you guys at Split 2 playoffs. I know Gino will probably be over there, so you know, you got to see you got to see his face soon, you know what I'm saying? So we are going to end it right here, guys. But thank you so much for joining us here at the Long Shot Production. It has been absolutely amazing, and we hope to see you guys soon. Catch you later.